Alrighty. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Wind Waker livestream series, or livestream playthrough, however you want to refer to that. This is the third part for the series, and I'm not sure exactly how many of these will have to be recorded before I'm actually done with the game. To be honest, it's probably going to be around 4 or 5. I would set 5 as the maximum, because I'm about halfway through the game right now. And this is the third recording, so at least I'm pretty sure it's the third recording. It's not like, yeah, it is the third. It's interesting, it feels like I've done more than 2 recordings before this, but the reason why it feels that way is because I did have a failed first attempt. So I would say that that's what it is. I'm going to get my stream playback happening before we start here, and then we should be good to go. In terms of the lighting, everything should be fine. Maybe I should make it a little bit more orange in OBS, because the thing is, if I look okay in OBS, generally I'm going to look crap in the actual stream. So I need to make myself look ridiculously orange in OBS, otherwise it's not going to look good. One moment while I fix that. It's the white balance. For some reason it is not consistent across, you know, from OBS to the actual streaming, whatever it's called. What the hell is going on with the ads? Like, I just got an ad appearing on my Twitch. It's ridiculous. Like, I'm trying to watch back my own goddamn live stream and it's giving me ads. Like, go away. Doomlink will be back shortly. My ass, I'm here right now. Anyway. So what I'm going to do is get the YouTube playback happening as well. And of course I'm going to actually put the YouTube playback tab directly next to the Twitch playback tab, because that just makes sense to me. And that should work well. So in terms of which chats I'll have up the most, I think I'll try to have the YouTube chat up the most, but once again I'll alternate between them. In the previous recording I did neglect to respond to one person and he disappeared after that. But anyway, what can I say? Today's drink is going to be Saint Bernardus. Is my glass clean? I was meaning to check. I think there's a little bit of dust in it, so one moment. It's a bit of a weird thing, but you know, tissues. Just get the dust out of it. It's pretty much. The fuck? What was going on there? It was clean until I put the tissue in it. I don't know what just happened. It was just this weird moment where I'm like, hold on, it wasn't that dirty before. What's going on with the tissues? I don't know. Maybe I'm going crazy. But anyway, it should be good now. This is my St. Bernardus glass. It has only appeared in one of my videos before. It was the Skyward Sword Let's Play. I can't remember which 2 videos it would have appeared in, but well, I say, it appeared in one recording, but it would have been split into 2 videos, basically. Okay. So, you're going to have to excuse the actual bottle itself. It looks a bit, destroyed. The reason why, and this is a bit of a gross story, but all of the bottles in this particular liquor store, the labels on them became so, I guess, the actual labels themselves had too much moisture in them, and what happened over a period of several months is that they started to have mold growing through them, like through the actual labels themselves. And so everything that you're seeing that's been ripped off here was at one time just straight up mold. So that's basically why it's ripped up. This is the best one I could find. Some of them are just ripped to all hell. And even having said that, there's a little bit of mold left. Like if I show you the bottom here, it's a bit moldy. I mean, that stuff there, that's actually mold. So, I mean, I know it's gross. And to be honest, one time I actually bought a bottle. This was a number of months ago now. And the person serving me was like, no, please, I can't sell you that one, please get another one, because it was actually that gross. But for me, as long it's on the outside, it's not going to affect what's on the inside, so it's all right. So it doesn't bother me if there's mold on the actual bottle itself. Although That cork is... Whew, should have checked the cork. That's a mouldy cork. Anyway, so aside from the fact that I'm going to give it a wipe, don't worry. I know this is gross, you'll have to forgive me, but it's St. Bernardus. It's the closest thing that I can get to drinking West Levren, so I have to drink it. So I should be doing this on camera. This is a corked bottle, so yeah, I've just taken the cork holder off, or however you refer to that. I don't even know the official term for that. Shows his alcohol bottles. Hey, this is worthwhile because this thing is moldy as hell. Like, not my fault though. But yeah, this thing is going to need a wipe. It's mainly at the start when I'm getting things set up. I'm not going to pull the cork on camera. Maybe I will pull it on camera. It's just annoying because I can't really get the leverage to do it if I'm holding it like this. It's dumb. One moment. You'll be able to hear the sound of it popping anyway. There we go. So, I'm going to actually give the, I guess I'm going to give the thing a wipe around the edge because, you know, mold. Not much of it, just a little bit. A little bit of mold. But once again, it doesn't affect the liquid inside, so I'm happy. Anyway. It's a very good beer, this one. So in terms of what we are going to be doing in this recording, I would say that it will last about as long as the previous one. Maybe 3.5 hours to 4 hours in length, I would say this one will go for. And what we're going to cover is probably, well, most definitely, our return to... Are you originally English speaking? Doesn't seem that I'm originally English speaking. English is my first language, so I'll talk about that in a moment. But yeah, we're definitely going to be taking on the Return to the Forsaken Fortress, meaning that we will be getting the Skull Hammer. I don't know if we will have the time to complete either the Earth Temple or the Wind Temple, but we'll see. I'll probably start with the Wind Temple because that is what's most comfortable. And yeah. In terms of my speaking of English, the reason why I sound a little bit different is because I guess I don't really like the Australian accent. I don't like the strong Australian accent, so pretty much during my adolescence I went through the process of sort of subconsciously removing my Australianisms from my speech, and so the result is more of... I actually enunciate my words properly. You find that people who perhaps don't speak English as a first language, they probably focus a lot more on their enunciation and pronunciation than people who'd speak English as a first language. But with me, it's become very natural for me to just be very, very clear with my speech. At least I try to be. Sometimes I'm not always that clear. But just generally speaking, I am pretty clear with my speech. And so the result of that is that the way I speak, it could almost be a region in England, because that's just what the Australian accent sounds like when you strip it of its, yeah, g'day mate, how are you mate, and all of that shit. So, because seriously, I have dealt with people in the past who seriously think that I'm from England or somewhere like that. I've never really had people think that I'm not speaking English as a native language, but it's quite often that I'll have people thinking that I'm from England or something, because someone said to me that I had the most posh-sounding Australian accent they had ever heard. I was just working one day and a guy passed. I think I was, you know, greeting him as he was looking at the menu, and I said, you know, I would have said whatever I said to him, and he said, that has to be the most posh Australian accent I've ever heard. You know, I take that as a compliment, because it's better than sounding like some frickin' bogan. But anyway, it's a brief story on my English. Without further ado, we will go and play the game. So, yeah. All we need to do here is... I didn't actually want to talk to you, mate. Really didn't want to do that. You might notice that the actual game itself is a little bit darker than it was before, and I do apologise for the fact that my hand is basically phasing in and out of existence here. This chroma key setting is necessary given the lack of natural lighting that I have. It's a very harsh chroma key, so it's just to allow for the actual background to not be all fuzzy and shit. So this chroma key setting is doing something weird with my head here, I think. But anyway, it's fine. Long story short, it's better this way than it would be if I made it so that my hand wasn't phasing out of existence, or my entire arm, in fact. This is a better alternative to what it would be. That's interesting. I did something similar, changing and controlling my speech when you create yourself as personality. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. It's down to preference. Because I didn't like the Australian accent, I decided that I wasn't going to speak in that way. So I just naturally, as I grew up, didn't do that. Some of my really old commentaries from like 2010, 2009, that I do have, I have only one that goes back that far. It was a recording of Demon Souls that I did in 2010, which I will upload to YouTube in some form or another one day. Probably sometime this year or next year, who knows, whenever I get around to completing the Demon Souls compilation video that I'm going to do. I was thinking of including that at the start as sort of like an anthology of Doomlink playing Demon Souls. And I had a very strong Australian accent there, but that was not because of my upbringing. That was instead because I was playing first-person shooter games with other Australians, and whoo boy. Culturally, I had to talk like this, mate. That was the culture of first-person shooter games with Australians, you know, real strong Australian accent, sort of intimidating the other player sort of thing. So you needed the strong Australian accent to do that, and so that's just kind of how I talked before. But as time went on, I definitely broke away from that style of speech. So what we need to do here, obviously, is, you know, move the blocks into the Triforce shape. I'm assuming that the King of Red Lions is giving us a hint, but we don't really need the hint. We've done this before. Shape of the Herald. You know, I've played this game a lot of times and I've never really noticed or really taken on board the fact that he referred to the Triforce as the Herald. I've never really taken that on board properly before. Now, this is fairly simple to do. You just sort of keep pulling them until you eventually get them in the right spot. It's really not difficult at all. But anyway, hoping that the stream is going smoothly. I always say that. It's kind of obvious that I would like the stream to go smoothly. I mean, honestly. Maybe I should just say, I hope the stream is going awfully. Just to, you know, maybe reverse psychology will make it so that things go more smoothly. Generally, when I pull these things, I end up in the center when I'm finished. But I've seen some people not do that. So, how old is this Zelda game? It's on the Gamecube. It was the first 3D Zelda game since Majora's Mask. So Majora's Mask, I think, came out in 2000 or 2001. This game came out in 2002, to my knowledge. I think it was early 2002 in Japan, and then much later 2002 in the rest of the world. Maybe even 2003 by the time it got into Europe and stuff. So, yeah, it's a fairly old game. It's one of the earlier games for the Gamecube, I think, because the Gamecube, from memory, spanned late 2001 to like mid to late 2006, I think. I would say that one of the last Gamecube games to come out would have been Twilight Princess for the Gamecube. It's very similar to that of Breath of the Wild, actually. It's amazing how similar Breath of the Wild and Twilight Princess were to each other when it comes to releasing on consoles, because Breath of the Wild was the last game to release on the Wii U, but it was also a launch title for the Nintendo Switch. I don't believe that Twilight Princess was a launch title for the Wii, but it was pretty much the exact same thing, but the consoles were instead the GameCube and the Wii. So, it's kind of a funny thing. Definitely between the Wii version and the GameCube version, when it comes to Twilight Princess, the GameCube version was the superior version, Because for some reason they decided to... Oh, yeah, that's why. I was about to say for some reason they flipped it in the Wii version, and I just remembered the reason why. It was because they decided that because most people would use the Wiimote in the right hand, it was better to just have Link be right-handed as well. So they just flipped the whole fucking game. It was weird. So I'm pretty sure that Link is left-handed, traditionally. Is that right? Yes, he is. See how he has the sword in his left hand? So what they wanted to do was have Link hold the sword in his right hand when you're using the Wiimote. So that's how they did that. Hi Caitlin, welcome back to the live stream. The Wind Waker live stream this time. But yeah, it's just terrible to play Twilight Princess on the Wii. I've never actually done it. Maybe I have done it, but I have no recollection of doing it. Because I never got the game on Wii. Because I had a Gamecube before I had a Wii. And therefore I owned Twilight Princess on the Gamecube, and I never had a reason to get it on the Wii because I owned it there, so... Yappy dog outside as per usual, nothing new. I shouldn't even refer to it anymore. I just hope that it doesn't really pick up in the microphone so much. I'm not sure if it does. I know not of these things. So the Master Sword is just over here. Or just in front of us anyway. And I look a bit big. Is it just me or do I look really large here? Maybe I'll like reduce my size a little bit. Just a little bit. I don't want to be like taking up half the freaking screen. Yeah, it wasn't a hard puzzle at all. But that's Wind Waker in a nutshell. Everything's quite easy. It's one of the easiest Zelda games. By far. You know, I don't think you can really hear that dog. Tell me if you can hear the dog. What do you mean, is it a remake? Do you mean this particular game that I'm playing right here? This is the original game. What you're seeing right here is exactly what you would have seen had you loaded the GameCube disc into your GameCube in 2002. This is the game. The remake is Twilight Princess HD on the Wii U. You can hear the dog. Well, hopefully it will fucking shut up soon. I can't stand the goddamn thing. It hasn't said a word this entire frickin' day. And as soon as I want to record, it's like, wah, wah, wah. Like I'm gonna go over there and lob a fucking hatchet at its head in a minute. Of course it's a problem. I have to listen to it every fucking day. I'm tempted to just like be right back, and I'll go and do something to the thing. Seriously, like. It's a goddamn neighborhood disturbance. Caitlin, were you playing with the butter knife again? Actually, I'm guessing you've moved on from the butter knife and you've instead used something sharper if you've sliced open your thumb. I'm going to hope it wasn't because you were playing with a knife. And I'm sure I'll whip out my Australian accent if I go and chastise the dog. But otherwise I would prefer not to. I do definitely have an Australian accent. It's very interesting when people say to me that I don't have an Australian accent, because what that indicates to me is that they don't actually know what the Australian accent is. Because I definitely have one. Maybe it's only noticeable with certain words. But yeah, you were doing dishes. Good. Playing with knives is not recommended. So these people, we're going to call them people for lack of a better term, are now moving around after having been frozen for a length of time. And pretty much, we do need to kill all of them. This is not some optional thing where I don't have to do what I'm doing right now. This is a requirement to get the hell out of here. Well, the description of slicing open your thumb is very morbid. I'm hoping it's not actually that bad and you've just got a little cut. Thank you, Moblin, for doing the work for me, by the way. You recently sliced your finger too. I'm not sure how... Could you... guy with the Russian name, would you be able to write that in English letters so that I can actually pronounce it? Because otherwise I can't really refer to you in any way. I don't want to call you Russian guy, because that's kind of impersonal. Assuming you are Russian, of course. I'm not too familiar with the Russian / Slavic alphabets, but I'm assuming that is Russian. Oh god. Is Russian even Slavic technically? I don't think that it is. It's definitely similar, like they're branches of one another, I think. If they're not both Slavic. Pavel. Or Paul. You're fine with Russian guy. When I say Pavel, is that correct enough to be tolerable for you? Because if so, I'll call you Pavel. Or is it Pavel? I don't know. Slavic but with Greek. Right, that makes sense. So is that... I know the Greek alphabet does look similar to that of the Russian alphabet. These guys are so annoying with their armor. God damn it. But yeah, it does take a little while to kill all of these guys because there are a lot of them. You don't really realize how many there are. But now that we do have the Master Sword, it is worth mentioning. God, I'm kind of losing health. How about we have Grandma's Soup? Keeping in mind that we do have 2 helpings in here. I'm not sure what the capital A would indicate in terms of pronunciation. Do you mean Pavel? Pavel? Either Pavel or Pavel. I don't know. I would prefer to get as close to how it should be pronounced as possible. Because if I'm going to say a person's name, I do prefer to be able to do it properly. Otherwise, it's kind of embarrassing. Because my stepmother has a French name, a very French name. And so many people just say it wrong, despite knowing her for many, many years. So I'm embarrassed for those people. So, by extension, I'd like to refer to people's names correctly as well. Jesus. I'm really getting beaten up by these guys. I really should try a little harder. Now, one thing that I can do for fun is actually break this. And the hearts are actually very useful, so I will take those. Is there a Knight's Crest over that way? Yes. Let's take that. Those Knight's Crests will be useful. Actually, they won't be useful because I'm probably not going to make use of them. This is terrible, actually. I'm trying to control this camera. Because the thing is, I'm surrounded with pillars and stuff, or surrounded by pillars, so... I'm trying to actually keep the camera under control. But obviously, comparing this camera to Majora's Mask, which was the game that preceded this one, it's like night and day, so... Well, I'll just go with Pavel for now, or Pavel. I don't know. I'm useless. Because the thing is, there's just so many different ways you could pronounce it, so I don't even really know how it should be done. I would read it as Pavel, just like, to start with. But if it's Pavel, then I'll say that. Anyway. We might try and use this as a weapon. These generally don't work so well on those big armored guys, because it's such a big sweeping attack that you end up hitting something that's armored first. When speaking in Russian, you have to speak without any accent. That's really difficult to get my head around, because I don't know what the raw pronunciations are when it comes to each syllable in Russian, so I feel like when it's like no accent, it's hard for me to really know what is an accent and what isn't, so anyway. I'll just call you Pavel then. Oh no, Pavel, sorry. Pavel. Pavel, yeah, that'll do. Must be weird that I'm saying your name over and over again, but you'll have to forgive me. Trying to get my head around it. But yeah, I may as well collect the Knight's Crests for now. As you can see, the actual special items like skull necklaces and the Knight's Crests do linger for longer than the other items that drop from these item balls, so it's kind of cool. Anyway. So I have 2 people watching the live stream now who have recently cut their fingers, so that's great. I haven't... Well, I have burned myself recently. I don't know if you can see that. Oh, you can't really see that. It's mostly healed now, but I did have a burn on my thumb from the iron when I was ironing my shirt. and I was like, I had been woken up really early in the morning and didn't really get back to sleep properly, so I was half asleep when it came time for me to be ironing my shirt for work, and I just burnt myself on the iron for the first time in recent memory. So, I just don't remember the last time I burned myself on an iron. It must have been when I was a little kid, if it ever did happen. So, yeah, sad times. A little bit visible. Yeah, it only hurt for like the first day. After that it just became itchy because it was healing, so... Well, it didn't really hurt, it was just sort of like that uncomfortable burning sensation. I wasn't a huge fan of it. I prefer not to be in discomfort generally. So, it was your right thumb. Well, this was my left thumb, so... I guess it's worse depending on which of those two would be your dominant hand. It seems that I've killed all of the enemies. I didn't even notice the fact that it got rid of the, I guess the barrier would be the word. I never know which way I should exit. I think this is the way that I want to exit. Going that way, I think, takes you to the courtyard. Probably. Most likely. Let's just assume that I'm correct. Never frickin' mind. I thought that it was going to appear like this the entire time. Obviously, I was wrong. There are still more enemies to be killed. I don't know where they are, though. I'll have to find them. Let's have a look, shall we? Pause for a drink, though. Jeez. So, I don't like the fact that I'm having to fight two of them at the same time. That's not really a great thing. There we go. So if I can just get in like that, that will work for me. Didn't really get to his back. There's something is reminding me, or something about these guys is reminding me of something else, and I don't know what it is. Like these like that Wolfman look. I think, what is he exactly? I've always thought that he was a dog or a canine or a wolf or something like that, but he could be something different. Strangely enough, I'm actually able to hit him through his armor, I don't know how. But yeah, as I was trying to say before, it is worth mentioning that now that we have the first level Master Sword, and there are 3 levels to it, including the level that we have it at now, we are doing more damage than we were with our hero's sword, but I think we can actually change our sword if we really wanted to. Oh no, we can't. I'm thinking of Wind Waker, I think. Not Wind Waker, sorry, Phantom Hourglass. My head's in Phantom Hourglass a little bit because I am doing a Let's Play of that right now. When you get the Phantom Sword, you can actually choose between using the Phantom Sword and the original sword that you had, for no real reason other than just because you can. There's no reason for you to ever switch the sword at that point, so... Funny thing. You always dream to have the same regeneration as Wolverine. Well, that would be pretty great. From time to time in life, if I had a special power, it would be to control time, but not indefinitely. I would say that there would have to be some sort of limitations to that, so you can only go back so far in time, because all the time I do things and I go, God, I wish I could go back in time and do that over. And not even across a long period of time, just, you know, I wish I could go back maybe 5 minutes and do that over, you know. But, of course that's not possible, but that's one thing that I would like. Good thing you're left-handed, and that works out. Lefties are great. I try to be as ambidextrous as I can, but it doesn't work out so well. In other words, I try to use my left hand as much as I can, even though I'm right-handed, just so that I'm not feeble in my left hand, but I can never, I definitely couldn't write with my left hand, so I'm never going to attempt that. But anyway, we've done everything that we needed to do in there for now. We will return much later, but that's actually not even much later. We'll be returning fairly soon, and then we will be returning much later after that. But, yeah. Let's double check Twitch just to make sure that nothing's going on over there. Nothing is going on over there, because for some reason no one on Twitch is interested in watching Wind Waker. I don't know what's wrong with those people. They have no culture. They should all be shot. But anyway, no, I'm only joking, of course. Never take me well, take me seriously occasionally, but not all the time. I am an extremely, extremely sarcastic person. But my humour isn't so dry that you wouldn't be able to tell. At least I don't think so. Anyway. Time rewind in Prince of Persia. Yeah, I've never actually seen it. It's like a movie, isn't it? Prince of Persia, or a TV series or something like that. If not, then I guess it's a book. But anyway, or is it like a comic? I know nothing about Prince of Persia. I've only heard the name before. Now, what are we doing? We are returning to the Forsaken Fortress, I believe. So, what we will probably do, now that we do have the, whatever it's called, the bow, we can actually get Cyclos to appear. And, well, previously, before we actually had the bow, when Cyclos would suck us up... No, I'm actually doing his song. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to change the direction of the wind. Let's do that now. Oh, it's a game. I'm telling you, I know nothing. But, Prince of Persia. That's really good, Caitlin, that you can use both hands. I would like to do that more often, but generally I suck and can't. So right now I'm looking for the big cyclone. Well, it's not actually a cyclone, it's more like a water spout, as in a water tornado. But basically, previously if we were to come into contact with it without having the bow, it would just automatically send us elsewhere, and I'm pretty sure that that did happen previously, at some other point in time. But now that we do have the bow, we will be able to take him out. From memory, they do place him close to the Forsaken Fortress, not Forsaken Fortress, the Tower of the Gods, but then have him sort of on the way to the Forsaken Fortress, in other words, sort of a northwesterly direction from the Tower of the Gods, so that you run into him, but it doesn't really seem to be working out for me here. So we'll probably have to try and get it later. Basically, for those who are not aware, you can get the warping song when you do take Cyclos out with your bow, once he's taking you into his water spout. But yeah. Scissors specifically require the right hand for you. That's funny. I almost never use scissors. Whenever I can't find my bottle opener, I'll use a pair of scissors, but other than that... Is that the Forsaken Fortress over there? It is, isn't it? No, it's not. What is that? I guess it's funny because that's Windfall Island, but it looks like the Forsaken Fortress from this distance. Probably because I'm stupid. I think it's because I'm stupid. Hands are pretty complicated. That's why you never want to hurt your hand, because it hurts a lot. Like cutting your hand, there are just so many nerve endings in a hand that it's just, ugh, it's not nice. But hands are complicated. From time to time I do have my hand hurt, just for no apparent reason. And I think it's reflecting something in the body, like something in the body, in my body, is not quite right. And it causes my hand to hurt. I don't know how those things are connected, it's really interesting, but yeah. So, we're just having a casual old sailing time, as per usual. I don't like sailing in Wind Waker, it's boring. Well, guess what? I love it. And I've said it many, many times, and I'll say it again. I love sailing in Wind Waker. But I think people are over it now. It's been a long time since I was last looking at people actually ranting about how boring Wind Waker was while sailing. But, yeah. People might be more forgiving of it now, I'm not sure. But I would say that there are still plenty of people out there who haven't played Wind Waker on the exact same basis. So, I think it's time for those people to move on. And definitely, Nintendo did address that by bringing the Swift sale on board for the HD version. But of course, this is the original version that I'm playing right now. It's not the original disc, though. I'll show you the actual game that I have. I'm getting close to reaching the Forsaken Fortress, but I should be alright. This is my disc. This is the one that I got in 2006. It includes, it's limited edition, but I somewhat recently checked the prices on it, and it's actually not that expensive to get online, even to this day. However, I got, you know, Twilight Princess on Gamecube for a relatively normal price, and now it's ridiculously expensive. So, yeah, that's a funny thing. But, it also includes... like, this is where the Wind Waker disc sits, and then this is... I'm getting blown up right now to show you this, but this is an Ocarina of Time Gamecube disc. It includes Ocarina... It's a 2-game Gamecube disc. It includes the Gamecube port of Ocarina of Time, plus Master Quest. So, it's pretty cool. So I can't really remember what the original appearance of the Gamecube Wind Waker disc was, but this one's very gold. It's got like a real gold sheen to it, if I can get it on the light. It's got a golden sheen to it, but yeah, it's nice. I have a few Gamecube discs, but it's kind of annoying to show them off, so I won't. I'll show you the back of this one anyway. An evil wind is blowing. You can see the game. But anyway, it says in the corner, Nintendo's official magazine gave it a 10 out of 10. I mean, that's not very impressive. I mean, it's Nintendo's official magazine. They're not going to give it a shit rating. Imagine if Nintendo's official magazine gave it a 4 out of 10. There would be hell to pay. But anyway, you can see the gold stuff. It's not like a really strong gold. It's more like a, I guess a goldish chrome sort of look. But it's nice. And it's not like expensive to get. I have 2 really expensive Gamecube discs. It's not like I'm a collector of expensive Gamecube games or anything, or expensive games in general. I just happen to own 2. One is the Twilight Princess Gamecube disc, with, you know, all the stuff, like the game manual. I have found that things like the game manual are particularly, like, whether it has a game manual or not is cause for a huge difference in price. And then, as well as the Twilight Princess Gamecube game, I do also have the PAL version of Four Souls Adventures, which goes for a lot of money for a frickin' Gamecube game. So, yeah, I think it's even more expensive than Twilight Princess on Gamecube. But I don't just have the PAL version, I have the Australian PAL version, which is even rarer. So, that's a thing. I obviously went the wrong way to get in here, but regardless. What we actually want to do is go through like a side entrance. And I'm cruising around to something. Hopefully the door is just here. If it's not, I will be sad. Yeah, it is just here. Excellent. This is one of a few different doors, I think, but we're going to need the cannon. Now, the funny thing is you don't always need the cannon for this, because sometimes the actual cannon's mounted on the Forsaken Fortress, blow the thing up themselves. So, see how it's shooting right close to... Look at that! This thing has terrible accuracy. Third time around it does actually get on target, but see how it just destroyed the thing for us? I don't understand why it's shooting so awfully. Like, the accuracy is terrible. Can it be said that this game is for kids, or is it actually more complicated and just looks like it? So if you give it for a kid, he'll take it as Demon Souls in difficulty. Definitely not. It's, I would say that if you had to compare this game to Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, this one is... I would say that this game is a reflection of the different generations of kids. So, by the time we were getting into the 21st century, I think kids were being treated a little bit differently. I think they were being dumbed down a little bit more. Whereas Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, we were still in the 90s more or less with Majora's Mask even. And let's call it the 20th century generation of kids, which is, it's silly to say the 20th century generation. It's like, that is a huge number of generations, but I am going to generalize it that much by saying that in the 21st century, things became a lot more... Kids were more sheltered. And part of that was that this game was made really, really easy. And I would say that Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask were not super easy. But this game is extremely easy. And it is a little bit more childish in terms of its art style. But I would say that the game is more tailored towards kids. More so than, say, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. But having said that, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask were probably designed with kids in mind, but it was just a different idea of what kids wanted, and a different idea of what kids should be playing, I would say. Because if you look at Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, there were some gory moments. Like, there were times when you would just go, ooh, that's like, not for kids. But it was just a different generation of kids, and a different outlook on what kids should be playing. So this is once again a reflection of the next generation of kids, or at the very least the next set of social norms in terms of viewing how kids should be playing games. So this one is a lot more child-friendly, a lot more innocent, and a lot easier as well, which is a shame. But anyway. You look at all of the old school Nintendo games, some of them are really, really hard. The further back you go, the harder Nintendo games get. But for some reason, and I don't know what causes it, but with every single generation that passes, apparently kids need easier and easier games. And I can say that within the context of Zelda, because they made even Wind Waker easier with Wind Waker HD. And then they made, like, Ocarina of Time 3D and Majora's Mask 3D easier than their original versions, as far as I know. Like, they turned the Majora's Mask bosses into like a joke, where it was more like a mini game than a boss fight. And it was, well, that's my knowledge of it. I haven't actually played those games, but to my knowledge they were easier than their original versions. But having said all of that, this game here is not unenjoyable. And it's not like you have to be a kid to enjoy it. But definitely if you are a kid, it's not going to challenge you too much. Where is Phantom Ganon? I think we have to go... Oh, we have to be spotted by that. The head cannons. Well, look, I would say that it does depend on the kid. Some kids can... I would say that if you're 6 and above, this is a game for you, personally. So, I would also recommend Ocarina of Time to 6 and above, personally. That is if you are interested in having kids of that age play games, and not everyone is. But I think that's becoming more and more the norm in modern society, to have kids playing games like as soon as they can coordinate between their eyes and their hands. So, yeah, I'm not hugely a fan of that. It does disturb me when I see kids playing on iPads and stuff before they can even speak. It's just, what the fuck? I don't understand that. Well, I understand why, but I don't understand how you could give in to the temptation of having your kid being docile when the very building blocks of their mind are subject to these games and these TV shows. Like, 10 times worse than it was in the past, but that's a different story to tell, I suppose, and a different conversation to have in general. But I see it more than most people because I work in hospitality, and I do see parents with their kids, and they've got these freaking iPads sitting in front of them. I think one of the most telling examples was there was one kid who was quite free-spirited, and her father was like shoving the iPad in her face, and like it's sort of like a routine, you know. The kid sits down at the table, out comes the iPad because, you know, God forbid they use their eyes to look around or, you know, try to interact with the world. They need to have this iPad shoved in their face. And so, you know, the father takes out the iPad routinely and puts it in front of the kid. And then, you know, the kid is not interested in the thing. The kid is more interested in, like, looking around, you know. And I have to say that's quite different to most of the other kids that I see with these iPads. Generally, they're immediately fixated on it. This girl would have been around 4 or 5 years old. And she just wasn't interested at all. And she even got up and started walking around and doing her own thing. And I'm thinking, this is great. Now, instead of this father having the, like, coming to the realization, and he was a bit dumb anyway, like, I could tell he wasn't the most intelligent person in the world, just generally, this father. I mean, not everyone can have parents with a clue. But, you know, instead of this father sort of realizing that this kid instead needs to experience the world, he's just defaulting to this attempt at subduing the child by just putting an iPad in front of them. I mean, that's not parenting. That's actually not parenting at all. That's taking the easy way out at the expense of the child. And it's really sad. But definitely no games until 6 to 7, I think, would be the best way to go about that. And because I think that all kids need certain building blocks for their personalities and thought processes going forward in life, and I just don't think that games and constant bombardment of animated TV shows are the kind of building blocks that a kid needs. I think they need very real-world building blocks. So, you know, I watched a lot of TV when I was a kid, but that was a thing that you had to sort of, you know, you had to be in front of a TV to do that. You didn't just have one in front of you at all times, wherever you went. It was like a treat when you were at home, sort of thing. It feels weird to say treat, but I suppose, you know, when you were away from home, obviously you wouldn't be watching TV, but once you were home, yeah, you could watch TV, I guess. But these kids are growing up in a situation where there is no differentiation between being at home and not being at home when it comes to being able to just, you know, switch off and look at some entertainment. Like, how do you grow if all you're doing is being entertained and not really thinking? It's weird. But anyway. Oh, you found me on Twitch, Kuro? Hopefully you haven't been talking to me on Twitch, because oh god. Sorry, Kuro. I haven't been responding to you on Twitch. I do tend to look at Twitch chat when I am streaming, but when it comes to Wind Waker, I seem to get most of my viewers on YouTube, so what ends up happening is that I do check the YouTube chat most often, and I was getting on a little bit of a rant there about something that I think is actually quite important, but yeah, as a result of that I wasn't really switching between the chats for a period of time there. But anyway, welcome to the live stream, and yeah, that's all good. I'm just going to read what you said. Yeah, it is easier to fight them with an empty bottle, I am aware of that. I've been playing this game for quite a while now, but there are certain things that I'm not aware of, to be fair. I think someone told me something recently that I didn't know about. Was it Caitlin? You told me something, Caitlin, about there being some sort of thing that I could do last time, and I didn't know that I could do that, but definitely I was aware of the empty bottle and Phantom Ganon and all of that. But yeah, I am on YouTube, as you can tell, and this is my main content creation platform, and it has been for a very long time, although this is not my original YouTube channel. I started making videos in 2009, and I have been more or less doing that since. I did have a break for about 3 years after I deleted my original YouTube channel, and that's a bit of a long story as to why I did that, but it related to YouTube and copyright. It wasn't anything strange, like a social problem. It was me versus YouTube, and I lost out in the end because it's YouTube. But, you know, that's the end of that story. But I will try to check Twitch chat, because I know that a lot of people on Twitch are not actually willing to look at people on YouTube, like, for example, because Twitch is generally the one single platform that they'll watch things on. And I do appreciate that. But thank you, Kuro, for coming onto the YouTube stream. And if you are interested in my content in general, then you'll be able to find a lot more of it here on YouTube, so yeah. You might also notice that my style of streaming is a little bit different to other people on Twitch as well, because I don't really come from a Twitch era. Like, I've been recording videos since before live streaming was a thing. So how I record videos is by being extremely engaging with whoever's watching. In other words, doing a lot of commentary. So that's pretty much how I record things, and so I would say that based on that, my live streams are a little bit different to other people's. So I would say that it's a good thing rather than a bad thing. Let's actually start focusing on what I'm doing here. I'm sort of playing completely automatically on autopilot while I'm communicating to you guys, but I do need to actually do something. Now, the reason why we need to take down the searchlights this time around, after having returned to the Forsaken Fortress, is because if we do allow these searchlights to spot us later on while we're sidling across a specific wall, we end up getting cannons fired at us, and that's kind of bad, so I'm going to go ahead and kill these moblins. You prefer that? Usually you see smaller streamers do that. Now, possibly they do that because they're trying really hard to get an audience, and then once they get an audience, they just, you know, get lazy. Which is very interesting, because in my opinion, you know, if you're going to watch a streamer, then you should probably look for a bit of a higher level of entertainment than silence. But apparently, you know, silence is entertaining for certain people. But for me personally, just to speak for myself, I couldn't really do it any other way than how I'm doing it right now, because I've always recorded videos in this way. And what I find enjoyable about recording is that I can just sort of sit here and just talk and not stop talking. I find that that's the enjoyable thing for me, so that's how I will always record live streams. And I'm never going to get a big audience, because I don't play those sorts of games. I don't play big audience games, so I will never have a big following, but as long as I have a few people to chat to, I'm happy. That's all I really want. But talk to us more. If I talk to you any more than I already was, I forgot your name. Let me read up. It's like, it starts with PA. It's really hard when it's in Russian, you know. It is, hold on. Pavel, there we go. Anyway, I'll double check Twitch again. I do want to check as much as I can, but anyway. Oh dear. So, I think I've only got one searchlight still going, but I think we'll be alright. We've taken out 2 of them, I'm pretty sure. Unless I can really easily access this one. Yes, I can access it through that ladder over that way. Look, it's better actually to have a smaller audience, because you can actually have a legitimate conversation with people. Plus, the less of an audience, the smaller an audience you have, the better the quality of that audience is in general. This is something that I've always said, and maybe some people don't catch on to this fact, but the more people you have in anything, the worse the community becomes. That's what it was like for me as a Souls player since Demon's Souls in 2009. Watching the Souls community go from a niche where I could sit down and have a great chat with any old Souls player because it was a niche, it was a community, to the Souls series becoming it basically fused with the mainstream gaming community, and then all of a sudden that niche was gone, and so there was no sense of community anymore. You know, there's nothing good about that many people being involved in a community, because unfortunately, with every single new group that's added, like you have a big group of people, every single time you get a new group of people, you'll have a certain percentage of idiots in that group. And so if you have a certain number of people, yeah, you'll have a percentage of great people, but you'll also get a larger percentage overall, or at least a larger actual number of people who are just idiots. So in the end, it's the idiots that are most loud. But anyway. Paul. I'll call you Paul then. If you're happy with Paul, then I'll call you Paul, because that's easier for me to remember as an English-speaking person. You can't stand idiots? There are plenty of them in the... well, let's say, for instance, that you... I can say this because I have gone into certain Twitch chats before, not to speak, but to just look at what's being said, and the quality of the discussion is really, really low. Like, there is no discussion to start with. That's step 1 is there's no discussion. Step 2, there's just... the stupidity is rife. And I just don't really appreciate that. So, see, because it's just a few of us here, we can actually have a nice conversation, a nice chat between us. And that's nice. That's how I want it. But, you know, a little bit of a larger audience wouldn't go unappreciated on my part, but hey, I'll take what I can get. It's better than no audience, isn't it? And I love to just be able to sit down, relax, play this game. It's really good. And the thing is, the live streaming thing is relatively new for me. Like, I've only started streaming within the last 3 months, actually. I never streamed or really considered streaming before that point. So, yeah. You're not an idiot, Caitlin, don't worry. They definitely can be filtered. Idiots can be filtered, and the way that I filter through them is by either not really communicating with communities of large following people, or by searching for people who do have smaller followings. But the funny thing is, I don't necessarily search for people with smaller followings, I just end up finding those people naturally, because what I'm interested in is not what the vast majority of people are interested in, so that's generally how that goes. And that's just natural to me, so... Well, then again, I guess I could be mean and say that because you sliced your thumb open you are an idiot, but that's not very nice. If anything, you need sympathy for that, not my not my harsh words. I mean, there has to be no... I mean, there couldn't possibly be some sort of link between you playing with a butter knife during the previous stream and you having sliced your thumb open with a knife before this stream, so, I mean, not at all. There's no way. But yeah, I'm not going to discuss community-related things when it comes to live streams very much. It's not, because, you know, not everyone agrees, and so, stop targeting that frickin' creature. I want to smash this down. But yeah, I'm not going to have that discussion too much, because it is, I mean, there are only so many times you can discuss it before it becomes a little bit, you know, boring. Okay, we've already covered that topic, so now we can move on, so that's probably what I'm going to do. You just come for the conversation. It is nice. It's great to have a chat. I enjoy that. So, what we're doing right now is what was going to be risky had we not destroyed those searchlights. Please don't hit me, creature. Those things are also in Phantom Hourglass. I'm going to continue referring to Phantom Hourglass because, once again, my head is in Phantom Hourglass at the moment. A game that not everyone has played, but I would recommend everyone play, if they can play it. So, I know you were doing dishes. But you might have been playing with a knife while doing the dishes. I mean, you never actually clarified whether or not you were playing with a knife, so you just said you were doing the dishes. So, can I trust you? I don't know. It took me a while to actually get to this point here because I was sort of walking around aimlessly. But anyway. Big brother. So these two girls here have another story to tell as well, or they're involved with another story relating to Windfall Island, and most of you are probably aware of that story, but anyway. I suppose by comparison I might have been a rich kid growing up, maybe, but yeah, I don't know. I got this game relatively late though. It had already been out for like 3 or 4 years by the time I got it, so yeah. I wasn't exactly the cutting edge. Yeah, Tetra is cool. I like those tomboyish sort of girls. I just wish that she existed in a game that didn't have such cartoonish graphics, because it's hard for me to attach a human level of interest onto a character when they have such a cartoonish design. But once again, that doesn't concern me so much. Of course, when this game came out, or even before the game came out, when it was being announced, people were freaking out about the graphical style. But for me, it's a Zelda game. It's the gameplay that matters, not the visual stuff. But I would like Tetra more if she had a more human appearance. She is pretty cool. So I suppose if you like Tetra, then go play Phantom Hourglass, because you have to rescue her. You're not rescuing the princess, you're actually rescuing Tetra, so maybe that will be up your alley. Well, I don't really necessarily mean super real humans, just more real than this, maybe. Like, for example, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask had more realistic humans, but they were, of course, limited graphically by the systems that they were on, which was the Nintendo 64, so there were a bit of angular lines going on. Like, Link's nose was so sharp that you wouldn't even need a diamond to cut glass, you could just use his nose instead. But, anyway. Yeah. Cut your thumb on Link's nose. Zelda and Breath of the Wild. Yeah, maybe that's a good comparison. Although that art style, I don't know if I like that art style. It's, well, it is more realistic than this, for example, so that is probably a good example. I haven't seen Zelda too many times in Breath of the Wild because I haven't really played too much of that game. So, fun fact. But I do intend to record more of it. I am actually doing a Breath of the Wild livestream series. It's actually a Let's Play, but because I can't bring myself to record that particular game in a regular Let's Play format, I'm instead live streaming it, so I do sort of 35-minute live stream videos for that series every now and again, so basically what you need to do here is just roll as soon as possible, like as quickly as possible. I do not need to get thrown off here. Here we go. So at this point we need to go as quickly as possible because each of these levels are going to be destroyed. Do not need to get pushed off by that Bokoblin. Who's mega thick? Are you saying that Zelda's mega thick? I didn't know she was. I don't necessarily. I'm not a fan of mega thick, really. Alright, so we're about to get the Helmet Rock King putting his face down so we can go and smash that. Poor bird. If you like birds, then don't fight this boss. You'll feel bad. Oh god. I didn't know she was mega thick. I have seen her once or twice, but I didn't really look at her proportions. It's so dark outside. I'm glad that my green screen is still working, because to be honest, like, I'm amazed that my webcam can even see that this is green behind me, but anyway. It is really dark. Hello, Helmet Rock King. This is a fairly easy boss to fight. Can you, like, put your damn face down, bird? Put your face down! If you wanted to hear an alternative Doom Link accent. Which you really didn't want. You might have thought that you did before you heard it, but once you heard it you realised that you actually didn't want that. I don't really know how you managed to cut your thumb because of a bubble on a spatula. I'm trying to work that out. Which is difficult while trying to play the game and do a commentary at the same time, but... Alright, have fun with your apple juice, Kura. Oh, that hurt. I have not really noticed that before. Maybe I have noticed it before, but not for a very long time. I didn't realise that the Helmerot King could actually faceplant into the tower. I had no idea. That's really funny. I do have a tendency to forget things completely, so I have likely seen that before, but that's weird. Alright, get over here. Face. So one more of those and the mask will break, and then we can technically use the skull hammer at that point as well, but it's actually better to use the sword once you have broken the mask. Apple juice would be more appetizing to me now if I weren't already drinking a beverage. And the thing is, once you're on the heavy dark ale, you can't really go for the apple juice. Those two things do not go together. Really. See, I thought that he was gonna smash his head down there, but it didn't end up being the case. Last time I fought the Helmerot King was in Four Swords Adventures, actually. And I think he looked really terrible in that game. No, it was Jarl Halla who looked really, really terrible in Four Swords Adventures. He looked really bad. Gonna bring up Twitch chat. Uno momento. Nothing over there. Cool. I'm putting myself at risk to check a chat that is not moving, so... Alright, let's go. Come on, put your face down. Thank you, bird. Break the mask. Is it forbidden on Twitch? If it is, then bad times. It can't be forbidden on Twitch. Because, one of my, frequent, streamers that I've watched in the past, his name is Zarek Zahakuron. He does, Elder Scrolls stuff, for the most part. He's like one of my favourite YouTubers, or was at the very least when I used to watch him. And he would get smashed on a live stream on Twitch. Like he'd be on the vodka doing double shots and all sorts of things. So I don't think that if it is forbidden on Twitch, then I'm shocked that he hasn't been removed from Twitch by now. So anyway, maybe it's forbidden for certain people. Like if you're a really influential Twitch streamer, maybe it is not allowed for you to just be drinking alcohol on the stream because, you know, you might have kids watching, things like that. That would make sense. But, yeah. I think just for general Twitch streamers, probably not. Let's say, for instance, it could be relatable to, say, YouTube partners. YouTube partners definitely have more of a stricter set of guidelines to follow when it comes to their content versus, say, a normal content creator on YouTube, I would say. That generally has to do with taking money from advertisers, though, and from YouTube in general. Being drunk might be okay. Oh dear. Well, I don't know how you could do that. I mean, unless you took drinks off camera and then came back. Something like that, but yeah, I've got no idea. Maybe it is technically. I'm sure that technically it is. Isn't it technically not allowed on Twitch to be, like, showing your tits on camera? Because I don't think that's done anything to stop the many female streamers who seem to only really get viewers because they're wearing revealing clothing. I don't say that as a first-hand experience, so that's just what I've heard from certain people, but anyway. From what I can tell, the female Twitch streamers, sadly, and it is such a shame that they have to stoop to that level, but a lot of the female Twitch streamers do not actually gain viewers for any reason other than the fact that they wear revealing clothing, and to my knowledge that is absolutely intended on their part to be getting viewers through that, so anyway. Yeah, I'm sure everything is technically this or technically that. Whether or not it is enforced is another matter. He's allowed to misspell things, Caitlin. It's not his first language. The funny thing is with English is that it's very hard to actually... Like, if you're learning English, I'm sure that spelling things correctly must be a nightmare, because, to be honest, Even as a native English speaker, I just go sometimes, why is it spelled like that? It's very bizarre. Oh, there has to be an 18 plus tag on your stream. Well, I've already broken that rule, haven't I? I don't even, like, I don't know what I'm doing when streaming on Twitch, so I suppose I should be adding an 18 plus tag. That probably wouldn't stop too many people from joining, though. When I first started on the internet, as in, you know, so that would have been around 2007 when I was properly getting into the internet. Maybe 2006, I guess. It was in 2007 when I got my first, you know, home computer and was on the internet most of the day. It was very normal to not be truthful about your age on the internet. In fact, it was very, very common for you to always put down your age as 18, and I am sure that that has not changed. There is no way that that has changed in this time, because your access to certain things is limited by age, so you just put your age down as 18. So I'm sure people do that on Twitch as well, so I find it to be a very superficial and checkbox ticking thing for Twitch to do, to say, you have to mark your stream as 18 plus, because, I mean, if I can look at it from the perspective as a 14-year-old myself, if I were 14 or 13 or even 10, I would not have any qualms about clicking on an 18 plus stream. None whatsoever. So, really, I'm sure it's just to cover their bases, probably from a legal standpoint, but really, it wouldn't do a thing. It's more of a filter, like when you enter the stream, it'll ask if you're 18 plus, but yes, people do that. If it actually, like if you don't even need an account that has the age there, maybe you do need an account that has an age, but that would of course be 18 or above, but you know, if it's just a yes or no question, of course people are not going to be discouraged by that, unless they've got full-on parental control over what they do on the internet, which is, yeah, anyway. Of course, it is mostly a legal thing, so I shouldn't, you know, have a go at Twitch for that. I think it is within Twitch's best interests to not be liable for damages to a child, but anyway. Anyway. Oh yeah, I was going to say Kuroneko. I'm guessing that your name is a reference to Gokaoruri from Ore no Imoto, which is pretty great if that's the case. She's my favourite girl from that show as well. If not, and instead your name is just Black Cat and it is not in any way related, then forget what I just said. As you can see, Valoo has come to the rescue. And, yeah. It's not. Oh my gosh, indeed. No, good to know. There's just a girl from a fairly popular anime that started airing in 2011, and I think its second season was in 2013. One of the main characters from that show is named Kuroneko, and her actual name is Goko Ururi. So, good to know. Oh, you know the character. Don't worry, Caitlin. We're going to move on now. It's a small aside. I can read this, guys, don't worry. It says, you know, random elephant noises that dragons make, apparently. I've always found Valoo's noises to be a little bit creepy. Like, as a kid, I thought, like, whoa, that's like really, really weird. I guess roar? Because it has this almost elephant-sounding tonality to it. It's weird, it's odd, and somewhat off-putting. But it stops being off-putting when you look at how goofy the dragon itself looks, so it never actually bothered me as a kid. Because, you know, it's a Valoo. I mean, not only is his name very dumb and dopey, but he visually looks dopey as well, so... Anyway. We will now return to Hyrule Castle beneath the sea. Or in the sea. Does Link have intense eyebrows? Not as intense as my eyebrows. If we're going to have some sort of competition about eyebrows, I win. Because my eyebrows are like... They're just a few steps off from being too thick, but they're not. So like they're right on the borderline for being too big or too thick or, you know, etc. I had one person, I think it was the chef at my work one time, he said to me, "Do you tweeze your eyebrows?" And I'm like, what? I was like, hold on. I had never been even remotely asked a question similar to that before in my life. Because he seemed to think that I'd actually groomed my eyebrows in some way. And I'm thinking like, I've never spent a second of my life on my eyebrows. But thank you. It's just never really been on my agenda to even look at my eyebrows, let alone manicure them in any way. But anyway, so let's take Tetra into the place where she's going to have to stay for a long time. Basically, we turn Tetra into Zelda, and she has to stay there in one place for a long time, without any food, or water, or sustenance. Well, I just said food, so that counts as sustenance. Can you come over here, girl? She's having a few problems. Alright, let's go. You think Links are more intense? They probably are, you know. If you were to relate them to a real person's face, they're probably more intense for Link, so fair enough. So we are going to head down to this bottom level here. Come on, Tetra. She's having some problems again. I mean, how could you get stuck on that? I mean, I guess it's an older game, so AI isn't the best, but it's not even AI. She just has to sort of follow us around. She doesn't have to do her own thing. Hello, Daphnis No Hansen Hyrule. There's something about his name that I've never actually been able to forget. I've always remembered his name. I think there was a period of time where I didn't play this game for a number of years and I didn't have any problems remembering his name, so... At least Link doesn't have a unibrow, or a monobrow. I've never heard of it referred to as unibrow before, it's usually monobrow. But, yeah. Monobrows are not good. They're not good at all. Real person fact wouldn't probably have black eyebrows and blonde hair, although it is to point them out for the design. Well, I guess that is true, yeah. No, it depends on how blonde your hair is, but... I'm trying to think if that's normal. I guess if you do have like bleach blonde hair, maybe you would have blonde eyebrows as well. But I've never really noticed that. You've never heard monobrow. Maybe it's like a geographic thing. Maybe, I mean, where are you from, Kuroneko? If you're from like the US, maybe in the US they say unibrow instead. But over here we say monobrow. I don't know which of the two is funnier, but if they describe the same thing, then neither of them is too appetizing when attached to a human being. That much I can say. I apologize for my arm once again. I mean, it's gross, I know. It looks like my arm is just... I don't even know, but it's scary. I do apologize for it. But it is an absolute necessity given my lack of natural lighting, as I did mention at the start of the live stream. Sounds like a unicorn. Unicorn. Don't know why I just said unicorn. No one says unicorn. That's never a thing. It's a unicorn. You say monobrow? Where are you from, Caitlin? I've never asked, I don't think. Yeah, maybe. It probably is unicorn, you know. But no one says unicorn. It's always unicorn. Doesn't matter that much. Tetra, come to me. I'm a trustworthy old man with a big red coat, who is not in any way related to Santa Claus. Fat, white hair, white beard, old, big red coat. I can't have 4 fingers up. one has to be sort of up. Like, this is weird. Anyway, so point is that he's very similar to Santa, but is not actually Santa. He's actually just a king. But anyway. The Americans are communicating! I tend to attract many different audiences across the world. And it's cool that I've got a Russian viewer. I do get some people from Europe from time to time. You can sort of look in the analytics of your videos that you upload and you can see where people are from. I don't know what it is about Germany, but like the Germans love my stuff. It's weird. And now the Triforce of Wisdom has, I guess, reformed and is now recreating Tetra in her true image, which is a non-tanned girl. I don't know. I spent my whole life getting this tan and now it's gone. Anyway. You are Princess Zelda. And we can't possibly have a princess with a tan. That's not acceptable. My daughter will not have dark skin. But I will have dark skin. Now that I think about it, my skin is really dark and inhuman in tone. Well, Hylians have pointed ears, that's the thing. They're pretty much normal human beings, except that they have pointed ears, I guess. Alright, catch you later, Kudo. Thanks for joining. It's been good to chat to you. Oh dear. You watched Twilight Princess with some German peeps. I've never really communicated with my German viewers before. Thing is with my uploads, like, people don't really comment on my videos, they just watch, so. That's why I love live streaming. I can finally communicate with my viewers, which is something that I've never really done in the 10 years that I've been making videos, so. Kind of a crazy thing. This Zelda is hot, I think. Hope it's not pedo. It technically is, but... Look, she's so cartoonish looking that you could attach any age to her. We'll just say that. Maybe the better word would be beautiful, because I feel like hot... The word hot is probably like... It has to be a sexual thing when you say hot, whereas beautiful can just be a purely visual sort of... What's the word? I can't think of words, even though that English is my native language. So it's just an observation sort of thing. Beauty is an observation. Whereas if the person's hot, it's like, I want to bone that, which is like, anyway, different sort of thing. One of your favourite streamers is mostly Polish, but plenty are bilingual. Does he speak Polish on the stream, or does he speak English as well? The word hot sucks. Yeah, maybe beautiful is the word that you're looking for, or attractive, or whatever. Maybe, I don't know. Doesn't matter that much. We won't dwell on it too much. I guess she's attractive enough. Anyway, at this point we are now entering the part of the game where we take on the 2 dungeons to make the Master Sword stronger. And that's pretty much what the King of Red Lies is referring to right now. So, yeah. That is a thing. You must head for these 2 temples to see what has happened to the sages and attempt to find a way to recover the power to repel evil. Unfortunately, Ganon seems to have erected some sort of magical barrier down here in Hyrule, blocking our path to the temples. But each temple should have another entrance upon Hyrule's mountain tops, which are now islands above the sea. I didn't even think about that. So the islands of the sea are Hyrule's mountain tops. I didn't even consider that. This game just blew my mind. Like, how did I never even think about that? Why are there islands on the Great Sea? It's because it's the high mountains, or they are the high mountains, or what were at one time the high mountain tops of Hyrule. So if you actually went under the water, you would have these mountains under the water. That's amazing. It makes so much sense though. Because of course it's Hyrule but flooded. That's the idea. Anyway. Nothing on Twitch. What do you do? I'd be down for watching a stream in Polish. I like the sound of that language. It's kind of aggressive, but so is the German. I like listening to non-English languages. Unless it's Chinese. Not to be like, you know, unfriendly to the Chinese, it's just that I don't like the sound of that language. Cantonese and Chinese do not sound nice to my ears, not even remotely. However, Korean I can put up with, and Japanese sounds beautiful to my ears, so anyway. Can you just stop talking to me, mate? Like, let's just go. I've played this game a few times, come on. I know, 8 shards. We're not getting them yet. Why is he talking about the 8 shards? We don't need them yet. That's after we go to those 2 dungeons. And you can see that they will be marked on our map. This is the Wind Temple. I think no, this is the Earth Temple, and then this is the Wind Temple. I think you can go in whatever order you want. So maybe because I always do the Earth Temple first, maybe I'll do the Wind Temple first this time around. Now, generally what I do by this point is I get that fish to draw all of the maps, or all of the islands for each sector. But that's a lot of time to spend, just for something that probably isn't necessary. So, maybe what I'll do is maybe that's what we'll do. Instead of actually allocating time to specifically doing that, excuse me, we'll just throw bait to the fish if we ever see him. Maybe that's what we'll do. But the thing is, I don't have any bait. Let me have a look at my bait bag. That's my spoils bag. I don't even have a bait bag. I think I need to actually buy that from Beetle still, so we'll probably do that. But anyway. What are we going to do? Well, if we do the Wind Temple first, then we'll probably go to the Forest Haven. So we will. Actually, I really, really want to get that song of... What's the Cyclone song? The song that we get from... I was going to call it the Song of Storms, which is absolutely not what it is. But I really need to find that frickin' thing. That Cyclone from Cyclos. What? Link is for gay viewers. What do you mean by that? What is cringy that I saw that much or most of Link is for gay viewers? They chose their victim. So I guess what you mean by that is that people who watch Zelda games, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's for gay people, I don't know, I'm not too sure. But that's interesting. If that is true, I don't know. Oh dear. I understand what you mean, but that's kind of weird. And definitely not accurate. Definitely not accurate. No, not that. I'm not too sure what you mean then. Unless you mean that Link is gay. I don't know what you mean. What direction am I going in? Maybe we'll just go north? What I'm trying to do right now is run into that cyclone. That's what I'm really trying to do right now. Oh, that Link is gay? Maybe he is gay because he never ends up getting with any of the girls in the... No, that's a silly thing to say. Because of course it's a Nintendo game. They're not going to have romance in a Zelda game. But I mean, technically you could say because he doesn't, you know, have a thing with any of the girls, that would make him gay, but I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, he was having a thing with Midna. Like a full-on thing with Midna. Like, I don't... That's my headcanon and I'm sticking to it. Link X Midna. Fact. Deal with it. But anyway. You're listening to the Song of Storms now. I was in the wrong key there, so I couldn't actually go so deep that I could hit those notes, but... I'm hoping that with the rain appearing... Like, where is Cyclos? Where is this guy? It's pissing me off. I don't know where he is. It's very important that I actually get his song. I just remembered that instead of going to the Forest Haven, what I need to be doing is getting that song. So what I'm doing right now is actually an absolute necessity. It's not just a thing that would be nice. I do need to get that song so that I can warp to the Mother and Child Isles and get the fire and ice arrows. So where the hell is this guy? This is freaking terrible. Alright, so let's use the Wind Waker. And we'll change the wind to southeast. What's Z-Link? Oh, right, so... I understand, sorry, Paul. I understand what you mean now. So basically, gay people have a thing for Link. Okay, all good. I can see your frustration. It's just your original explanation was super confusing. Gay people are into Link. The thing is with Link is that he does have a certain feminine charm about him, depending on the game. But a lot of fan art does depict him in sort of a feminine way. And Breath of the Wild just sent that soaring into oblivion when it came to Gerudo Link. Like, if you want to look at some fan art of Gerudo Link, woohoo! Steaming hot is the one word that I would use to describe that. Now, I think I can actually access this fairy island. Let's go actually do that. In fact, we should be going to all of the fairy islands. You don't like any Zelda game ships? Come on, Link and Midna is pretty great. I like that. Anyway. I suppose you're not obliged to like any of them, but I personally enjoy Link and Midna. Link and Medli is a common one for this game, but I don't know if I like that one. We've got a dancing letterbox here. Good evening. One letter. And he spits on me. How the hell does a letterbox produce saliva? Can somebody explain this to me? How are you doing, Link? Do you have enough of Granny's soup? No. Rupees? She's going to give me 20 rupees. How did I remember that? I don't know, but I did. Anyway. Here we go. This is a thing for a side quest that I will not be doing until I'm actually doing my pajama mode let's play of this game, so... That's the extent to which I'm going to describe that. If someone's going to ship Zelda and Link though, it should at least be SS. I don't know what SS is. Being feminine and cute does not necessarily mean you're gay, and I have that problem with people. Yeah, that makes sense, Paul. I understand that. But are you saying that gay people are interested in Link because they assume he's gay, or are they just interested in him on a purely visual basis? Maybe they think that he's attractive for the reason that he has that feminine charm going. Maybe they don't assume he's gay. But unless you do mean that they obviously think he's gay, then that's understandable that you'd be annoyed by that. But, ooh, 99 bombs, check that out. A strand of hair got in my way as I was drinking. Oh, Skyward Sword. You have to understand that Skyward Sword is such a new Zelda game for me that I don't even know the acronym for it, so it's not even in my mind. By the time Skyward Sword came out, I was no longer really interested in new Zelda games at the time. So... And Breath of the Wild doesn't feel like a new Zelda game for me. Like, it doesn't even feel like a Zelda game, it feels like a spin-off, so... For me, Zelda, unless they return to how Zelda used to be, Zelda is dead. Or rather, the Zelda that used to be is dead. So... yeah. Right. So, how I would look at it, Paul, is that if you're gay, and you might not like gay people, which is, you know, whatever, certain cultural aspects of people's lives might lead them to not like gay people, but so I'm not too judgmental of that, really, but I think that as long as a person doesn't assume that someone else is gay on a certain basis, it's alright. I think it's alright if they choose to have an interest in a fictional character based on their visual traits. Oh, you are fine with them? Fair enough. That's cool. I don't know if any of them are assuming Link to be gay, but if they do have an interest in Link just because of his feminine aspects, then I think that's fair enough. So Caitlin, I'm actually doing a Let's Play of Skyward Sword right now, and it's a blind Let's Play. I've not actually really played that game very much. I'm only like... I'm not even at the first dungeon for that game yet. But if you're talking about Link and Zelda, if it's not Link and Zelda, then just tell me no more, but I can say that for Link and Zelda, they do seem to be pretty close. So, I could definitely see that. Yeah, Paul, there's nothing you can actually do about people and their preferences. Just for an update for people who are watching this for the sake of gameplay, I'm trying to find the Cyclos water spout, and it is not working right now. He usually is by the Tower of the Gods, and I do realise that I'm quite far from the Tower of the Gods now, but I've been to like all these sectors right here. All of these I have been to, and this cyclone has not appeared. Usually it's in one of these two, I'm pretty sure, or this one maybe, but it has still not appeared, and I'm a little bit confused. It is an absolute necessity for me at this point to get that song from Cyclos, so I have to keep sailing around aimlessly until I get it. That's fair enough, Caitlin. You know, as long as you don't actually treat people differently for that reason, that's all you need. I don't think people have to go around saying, yeah, I'm happy with that, I'm cool with that. Me personally, if we want to talk about me personally right now, I am 100% fine with that. Like, I am fine with any person's sexual preferences as long as it's not actually jeopardizing a person's life. Seriously. Or their comfort zone or things like that. For example, I'm fully supportive of gay people as long as they don't go up to a straight person and start flirting with them, you know. That's not okay anymore, because that's really, really infringing on a person's personal space and personal preferences, and, you know, it's in the same way that I wouldn't go up to a gay person and start insisting that they get with a woman. Like, to me, that's the equivalent of going up to a straight person and hitting on them. So, you know, I wouldn't do that. So I think that whatever your sexual preference is, as long as you sort of keep it to yourself to a certain extent, at least to the extent that you don't inflict it upon a person who isn't interested, I think it's fine. So, some of them are scary, Caitlin. Look, because I'm in the hospitality industry, I've definitely been involved with a lot of gay people. There are a lot of gay people in the hospitality industry, and I can tell you that the level of openness when it comes to some gay people, it's really quite frightening. Like, I'm not a huge fan of small talk, but I don't really want to go into details about that guy you had sex with last night. Gay person number 5 that I'm speaking to today. Like, really, like, I don't want to go into those details. I tie my hair back, Paul, like this, and I hate it. Like, I would never go on stream like this, but this is how I'll have my hair in a ponytail like this, basically. Actually tied up with a hair tie, of course, but for my job, yes, I do tie my hair back. It's just a good idea to do that, because the last thing you want is your hair to go in food, right? Because when you have long hair like this, absolutely, without your intention, your hair will just go into, like, it'll just fall, like it'll go places. My room, on the floor, in random places, there are strands of my hair. Because hair, when you have hair that is this long, it just goes places. It just falls out randomly, and if that falls out randomly into someone's food, no one's going to be happy. So, of course, tying back your hair is very important. So, I have no qualms about doing that. Depending on the day, if it's a really hot day outside, I'll tie my hair back, but generally speaking, if I had to talk about my personal image, I wouldn't choose to tie my hair back for personal image, because I don't really like how that looks. You have your long hair too? That's cool. Oh, right, Caitlin. So if you say to the wrong person that you're not into homosexuality, then they'll mess you up. Well, that's a shame. I think that all people should be flexible when it comes to preferences. Like, for me, personally, I have a problem with judging a person negatively because they don't like homosexuals. Like, if they actually hate homosexuals, in fact, if they hate homosexuals, I find it difficult to really, despite me being super open about it, I find it difficult to judge them negatively for that, because I think that certain people, it could be because of their culture, it could be because of the parents that they had. Generally speaking, it's not their fault that they think that way. And aside from that little thing, oftentimes they're really nice people to talk to, so I just generally wouldn't judge them negatively for that, so, but yeah. Your hair is so long, you can sit on it. That's great. But the thing is, like, I would probably not want hair that long. I mean, my hair's pretty long. My hair, to give you an idea, I just bumped my microphone, but like, this is the length of my hair. It's quite long, like I can literally wrap it around my head. Here's the cyclone, I finally frickin' found it. It's south of the Tower of the Gods, thank God. But yeah, my hair is reasonably long, but it's definitely not that long, and I wouldn't be opposed to having hair that long, except for the fact that managing it would be really hard. I'd have to do my ponytail like way up high, which I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to either, but definitely the management side of things is a bit of a nightmare. I will mention also, Cyclos does have an invincibility, period, where once you hit him with an arrow, he won't be affected anymore. You asshole. I spent so much time trying to find you, and you've gone and done that. Up to your chest only after growing it for 6 years. One of your best friends is a lesbian, but now she's trans too, so I don't know if she's still technically a lesbian. Technically she is, but... Technically she is, but... Socially, not. That's how that works. Because she is still a biological female, so therefore she does have a preference for the opposite sex, making her technically, when we talk about a biological, or when we speak from a biological standpoint, that would make her a lesbian. However, since she probably identifies as a man now, she is, on a social level, straight. which is a nightmare, but anyway. I don't really mind trans people, they can do whatever they want, but they also need to be accepting. In the same way that people should be accepting of trans people if they do have the faculties to manage that, trans people I think should also be able to accept the fact that not everyone can do that, so... It's a generational thing as well. In 20 years, maybe even 30 years, who knows, we'll have to see. Being accepting of trans people is probably going to be the most normal thing in the world, like, whatever. Like, so, anyway. I think Paul just means that it's, you know, a difficult conversation to have. That's what he means, I think. It's not an easy thing to talk about. I don't really care about talking about it. It's whatever. It doesn't bother me. But when it comes to things like trans women and trans men and feminism, I think that the one thing that needs to be mentioned when it comes to people online is the level of moral high ground taking and excessive judgmental statements and things of the like online that are just not necessary. You know, I think basically you have certain people who claim themselves to be social justice warriors who are going out and saying these really aggressive things. But you shouldn't have to fight for justice. Justice has to come naturally. And you do it in subtle ways. Going on the internet and getting angry at people for doing things that were not done with ill intentions is not the way to solve any problem. So you have to make subtle societal adjustments as time goes on. And this can only be done through people who are really brave and who are willing to take some serious shit. Okay? So all of the people who have made the decision to go trans in this day and age, and also 10 years ago, and maybe even before that point, those people are the ones that need to be respected as those who are bringing forth a new era of human society. But they shouldn't be expecting to be accepted for that. This is the key point. It needs to be understood that it's going to be rough to start with on a societal level. So you can't just go around judging people for it. You can't just do a big 360 on social norms and say, anyone who has a problem with this is a bigot. You can't say that. It doesn't work. I don't have a problem with it, but other people do. And you have to understand that there are so many circumstances that lead to people having a problem with it that you can't just say that they're awful people. It's not how that works. Well, that's good, Caitlin. You've chosen your friends well, based on that. Because it really is more than just... It's not a matter of how people actually react to these things. It's a matter of intention. If they're not intending to be hateful, if they're not intending to... It's almost like... It's like taking it personally when an animal is territorial with you. You don't take it personally, you look at it from the perspective that this is how this animal operates as an animal. This is their instinct. It's the same on a cultural level when you've been brought up a certain way. You don't take it personally when a person thinks it's gross that you want to be with a man when you're a man, you know. Or that you want to be a different gender. You can't look at it that way because it's not that black and white, unfortunately. Human beings are so complicated. They really are. And I didn't necessarily want to get on this discussion. This is the thing. This sort of discussion is extremely topical for this day and age, so this conversation will probably not age well, but I have to say generally that I've never had this discussion before on camera, and so I'm having it now because it's, you know, something that's been brought up, but I talk like a suit. I think the difference is that I'm genuine. People who talk in a suit for a party generally don't speak from the heart. I definitely speak from the heart, and I'm honest about it, but yeah. Where the hell is Cyclos? I met him once, and I think it was south of the Tower of the Gods, but I'm not seeing him anymore. This is frickin' terrible. I'm spending this entire damn recording looking for Cyclos. But to actually end the discussion, because I don't want to talk about this for much longer than I already have. I'm already cognizant of the fact that I've talked about it too much. But because not everyone's interested in this discussion. But I would just like to say that if you want to find justice and you want to find peace in the world, you cannot get there by accusing people. You cannot get there by getting angry, just to start with. And you cannot get there by deciding that people are awful on a fundamental level based on the conclusions that they come to based on their cultural makeup and based on the building blocks by which they draw from to exist as people in this world. You cannot. All you can do is accept them for who they are and say, we can offer the building blocks for a new society and go from there. That's all you can do. Sorry, like, that's just how it is. And it might take another decade, another 2 decades for the general public to understand this. But they will have to understand it, otherwise they will come to realise the harsh reality that what they're doing is not going to make a difference. But anyway, that's the discussion. It's over now. So, just to return to the gameplay, I'm pissed off. I can't find this Cyclos guy. It's really, really bothering me. Nature calls. Nature is somewhat calling me right now, but I have to get to Cyclos first. It's not, I mean, nature isn't really calling me. Like, on a scale of 1 to 10 for nature calling, it's about a 3 out of 10. So, yeah, I'm alright for now. But nature will definitely call later on. What I should have done is taken note of what sector I was in when I previously encountered Cyclos. I don't know where the hell he is right now. I haven't checked Twitch chat for a long time. It's a figure of speech, damn it. I'm using it in the same way you are, don't worry. Because I've ingested a lot of liquid, so I'll be needing to use the bathroom soon as well. But anyway, what I'm doing right now is going, I guess, into this sector. We'll go into this sector to start with, and then we'll turn back around and hope that we run into Cyclos again. Ugh, terrible. Terrible, terrible. I have to be absolutely transparent with you guys. I have never had such a problem finding Cyclos in this game, ever. Ever. And I've played this game a lot of times. I've never had this problem before. Now that I think about it, have I even drained this bottle of its liquid? I have. Okay. Just wanted to make sure of that. Cool. Not that I want much more than this. I've definitely done 2 of these bottles in the past. But, it's not overly recommended. You shouldn't drink that much beer. If you're going to have that much in alcohol, have it be in a spirit. Because the thing is, you become way too lethargic when you've had so much physical liquid enter your system. It's just not that good. Alcohol, the thing is with alcohol is that it really, the way in which you consume it makes a huge difference to the effect that it has on you. And I just wouldn't really recommend having that much beer. It's not good. The higher the alcohol volume, the better, because that equates to less liquid for the same amount of effect as far as alcohol is concerned, but bloody hell, like... beer in general is not recommended if you're going to have a full-on session. But anyway, if you like to be super lethargic and like, then maybe that's for you, but I don't necessarily like that. So what I'm hoping for right now is that I do run into Cyclos sometime soon. Please? Please? Because I think it was around here that I ran into him before. It was south of the Tower of the Gods, I remember that. And, yeah. Please? I could try going north of the Tower of the Gods again. Not that I want to. Did I just land on that shark? That's really funny if I did. Anyway. This is turning out to be the most boring thing I've ever recorded for Wind Waker. In terms of gameplay. Because I'm just sailing around aimlessly. You know, some people don't like sailing with a purpose in this game. Imagine sailing aimlessly. I mean, I'm technically sailing with a purpose, but it's not like a fixed location. I'm sailing in the vague hope that I'm going to find Cyclos. But I haven't found him yet. I can't believe that I was actually fighting the frickin' guy, and I failed it. I need to be a bit more consistent with, or I need to shoot more arrows physically. How many do I have? Let's have a look. I have 25. Let's just shoot off the whole 25 when I next see him. So I think that's what we're going to have to do if we want to be successful at all here. Been streaming for about 2 hours, so let's just say we'll be streaming for another hour and a half to 2 hours from this point. Because I think 4 hours is a good number. I cannot freaking believe this. What I'm going to do, guys, is actually check online to see Cyclos' movement pattern. Because I have a feeling he would have a certain movement pattern. And I just want to see how to find him consistently. I think that information will be online, so I'm going to check that. You'll have to put up with looking at the... my keyboard is down here. You'll have to put up with looking at the item screen for just a moment while I go and check that. Because that's really, really annoying me. And I'm not going to sail around worthlessly for much longer. Or pointlessly, worthlessly, whatever you want to say. Wind Waker Cyclos location. Northern Triangle Island. The Ballad of Gales is taught to Link by the wind god Cyclos. He teaches blah 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 blah. So, after shooting an arrow at him, which can be found at the mother... After shooting an arrow at him while caught in one of his cyclones, which can be found at the Mother and Child Isles, the Northern Triangle Island, and the Shark Island. So when it refers to these islands, it's more referring to the sector itself. So if you are actually at each of those islands, you should be able to see the cyclone in your immediate vicinity. So this is really good. So this is referring to an article written in 2018, so it's probably talking about the HD version, but you know what? That probably refers to the original game as well. So what we'll do is we will... Oh god, I just realised that I don't have them discovered. So Mother and Child Isle is over here. Shark Island is I think over here. And Northern Triangle Island is here. Hello, shark creature. Gyorg is what he's called. Let's go shoot him with an arrow, shall we? Die. Come on. Don't circle me too much, mate. Alright, I'll actually shoot him manually. Oh. There's no real benefit in doing this, by the way. Damn it! I'm having a bit of a crisis right now. Nothing is working in my favour. There we go. Bastard. Alright, he's given me an item ball. We wouldn't be able to have such conversations during Demon Souls. That's why this sailing comes in handy in this game. That's true. Have you been watching since I was recording Demon Souls, Paul? I haven't done Demon Souls in quite a while, so that's good to know. I didn't even get anything from that item ball. What a freaking waste of my time. God damn it. But yeah, I need to do more Demon Souls sometime soon. I'm going to head to Mother and Child Isles, by the way. So maybe when I first saw you in a live stream, because I've definitely seen you in my live streams before, maybe that was while I was playing Demon Souls. So if that is the case, then I do have a person to actually speak to when it comes to this. I'm sorry for not streaming Demon Souls. Oh, you were referring to recordings. Also, when I just said souls, that was probably the weirdest way in which I've ever said souls in my life. I said souls. So... oh, you left some comments. Ah, were you the guy who... ah, yes. I think I know. You were the one who commented on my first video saying that I was some kind of Viking drunk. Is that right? If you are the one, then I do appreciate your comments. You'd love to get me on Steam? I'll give you my Steam account name. Harassing me. Here we go. So here is Cyclos. Let's actually get him this time, because I've wasted a lot of my life trying to get him, so... I'm going to get all of these on target as far as I'm concerned. So 3 arrows does it, basically. Ugh, finally done with this. But that's good to know that that's you, because I can actually talk to you properly for the first time, because I did notice that you were watching through a lot of those recordings, like, based on your comments, you were commenting on, like, each live stream over a period of, like, 2 or 3 weeks, so that was pretty cool. This frickin' Cyclos guy, just give me your song. Oh, to get on stream. Alright, good to know. You'd love to get on stream. I'll try to do Demon Souls this week. I don't know if I can, but... oh, I'm being stupid, sorry. Need to do the actual song. Good thing I know the song and I don't need to actually go based on his movement. Well, I'm glad you enjoy the Demon Souls livestream. I'm currently going through my Windmill Rapier build, and what I need to do before I record again is go through World 2.2, and exhaust the crystal lizards there. But I don't want to do that crap on camera anymore, I'm sick of doing that, so... yeah. It's necessary for me to do that off camera first, and then I will be able to record next. After that point. But anyway, now that we have the Ballad of Gales and can make use of it, we are going to warp to Mother and Child Isles, which is what I just warped to there. It's just north of, so basically the 3 that are on the far western side towards the north are, so you've got Forsaken Fortress, Mother and Child Isles, and then Great Fish Isle. Obviously, I was wrong. I thought Great Fish Isle was a warp point, so I was a bit confused there. Yeah, it is the game, but there are only so many times that I want to actually show the process of grinding for materials in World 2.2. I think I'd prefer to do that off camera now from this point forward. Why do I keep getting in the wrong fucking place? Am I stupid or what? Come on. Alright, so now it's this one. And I should be able to see that that is the case based on its position. I can't speak. Based on its position in relation to the Forsaken Fortress. So we can only access the place that we are in right now using the song that we just played. You can't access the internal part of the Mother Isle when you sail to Mother and Child Isles normally. So, we also need the fire and ice arrows that we receive from this girl to actually continue on our quest from this point. So, what we're doing right now is completely required. Long story short, it's not just some optional thing. Hey, tell me, little boy, can you control the wind? Yes, clearly. Anyway. This is the Queen of the Fairies, I think. Or the Fairy Princess, I'm not sure. But it's kind of creepy that she has her own little great fairy to control. She is going to power up our bow. And these two fairies are going to literally enter us. Watch. Link is not too impressed with the situation, but now he's impressed that he sees that we also have, in addition to the fact that we have two fairies inside of us, the fire and ice arrows. So that's nice. I don't know where the hell Caitlin went. Maybe she went to go and cut herself more. I don't know if she's still listening, but if she is, then I'll probably get in trouble for that. The fairies in this fountain will ease your weariness. Use them as you need to. I don't think I really have any more bottles. Where do I get the bottles in this game? I think I can buy one from Beetle. Beedle, rather, not Beetle. So there's another ship right there. The Fairy Princess or Fairy Queen, I think it's the Queen of Fairies is her name. X-Link, so if you're into that, I'm not into that because she's creepy, but anyway, maybe some of you are into that, so if you're into that, then go for it. Anyway, let's go and warp the hell out of here and go to the Forest Haven. I think that's where we want to go next. No, it's not, sorry. I need to go to... Let's go here. I think the Ice Isle is somewhat nearby. But before I do that, to use your terminology, Paul, nature calls. I'll be back in a moment. And I have returned. Even before you said it, I understood. All good. Alright, so let's readjust this. I need to make sure that everything looks alright with the stream now that I think about it. Yeah, everything looks good to me. Alrighty. So, what are we doing right now? There's a great fairy island over there. So let's... or just a fairy island. We should go there. Have we been here before? Is this the one that allows us to go there without anything? I think it is. So therefore we've probably been here before. So I'll make sure just to see. Oh, we have definitely been there. You can see that we've blown something up. So yeah, I remember doing that in the second video now that I think about it. 2 letters, cash on delivery, 201 rupees. I think this is a requirement for the game. I think this is the incredible chart. Is that right? It is. So this is a necessity. Anyway, it's so bad Demon Souls has stopped their servers. When I played at my friend's house, I saw so many players. It was fun seeing losers being unable to climb stuff and falling in World 3-1. Yes, absolutely. I think like any Souls game, it is better to have online functionality existing so that you can see things like bloodstains and people failing. And then also messages to help you along your way and things like that. But anyway, this is a message from Aryll. 20 rupees? Yeah. Cool. It is a little bit of a shame that these servers have stopped working, but as I have mentioned a number of times, there is a fan-managed server which operates through some sort of VPN, I think, that you can connect to on your PS3, so therefore you can still technically play online in Demon Souls, but it's not quite the same online, I'm sure. So, I'll do that at some point in the future, but I'm not sure when. We'll have to see. Anyway. Not losers, but the game requires being more careful. We laughed our asses off when we saw a guy climb and then roll straight into the pit. You can't underestimate the silly things that people do. The best thing is that they can't control whether or not someone else sees that. If they're playing online in Demon Souls, someone else is going to see that by getting their bloodstains, so... Anyway. I don't know where the ice island is now that I think about it. I've gone to the wrong location, so I need to go north from here, I think. That's probably where it is. Well, I haven't gone to the wrong location, but I'm currently going in the wrong direction, is what I meant to say, so we'll just send it. I meant to go north, but northeast will do. Can't get my head around the actual compass direction names. Caitlin has actually disappeared, so who knows when she'll be back. When she'll be back. I was about to say when she'll back. That's not how the English language works, actually, now that I think about it. So, I don't know exactly where the ice island is, but I know that when I was sailing south of the Tower of the Gods before, I did see the ice isle somewhere around here. Like around in this area, so maybe it is around here. We'll have to see. I know where Fire Island is. I know that it is directly south of Dragon Roost Island, probably in this sector. So therefore, I just need to find the other place. Yeah. Bloodstains are a funny thing. I've seen some really funny things from bloodstains. You know what? I think it's down here. I actually think it's down here. Let's warp to Outset. Yeah, I'll definitely be doing some more Demon Souls sometime this week if I can. If I can't, then without a doubt, the week after. Stays in one place and then dies randomly. Yeah. Because I suppose you expect something to happen when you hit a bloodstain, and then when someone's just standing there and dies, it's like, what? What killed you? I've seen some pretty funny ones, but yeah, I can't really remember any specifically. Let me see if I can remember any really funny ones. Most of the ones that I'm trying to remember are from Dark Souls, the original one. Because that's when I saw bloodstains mostly, where people were doing really stupid things. Don't think I can think of any really funny ones in particular that I saw, but I just remember generally, because the thing is, when you see so many of them, they just sort of enter your brain as a bulk number, and then it gives you an overall impression that people did funny things. But yeah, I definitely saw some funny stuff. Oh god. So, can I go up this ladder, please? Oh, they've gone and put fire around this ladder, so I can't go back up. These rats are really terrible. Really terrible. Die, rats. Rats are actually quite topical when it comes to what I'll be doing for the rest of the day, because I do have another project that I'm working on, and rats are indeed involved. Not real rats, conceptual rats. That's a long explanation. Whether or not I'll ever actually properly refer to that is another thing, but god, I'm getting blown up like you wouldn't believe. You're more sorry for people in Dark Souls 1. I don't know, I would say that Demon Souls is a bit more unforgiving for people. Because if you think about it, soul tendency is a thing where, like, world tendency is a thing where if you don't actually leave if you do keep going back to the Nexus, you will just only suffer more and more the more you die. So it's quite rough. Ladder. Let's go and, oh, the chest is at the top here. I didn't see where the chest actually appeared, I wasn't fully watching, but obviously it appeared up here. Let's see what it has for us. If I could actually open it, that would be really good. Treasure chart for absolute certain. So let's just take that and move on. The thing is, I'm not going to actually open this thing. I will be doing 100% in my pajama mode let's play, so I'm not going to do things like, you know, treasure charts in this particular recording. Okay. I suppose that makes sense. I understand what you mean. Ooh, I haven't checked Twitch chat in a long time. Let's have a look. Oh, hello Zeppy. So Zeppy said hello, and then he said, I expected someone to read my message. With a less than 3. Well, the thing is, I try to look at Twitch chat as much as I can, okay? Like, it's just hard, because people are mostly talking to me on YouTube when I'm streaming Wind Waker. Fact. So, if I could possibly see both at the same time, that would mitigate any possible issues that I would be having with that. But when I have to actually think to do it, and then do it, those are 2 physical steps that need to be taken before I actually read what people say. So I apologize, Zeppy, but I did not get back to you. Sorry. It's a shame that he doesn't want to watch in spite of that. It does happen, but I do feel a little bit bad because I do like to communicate with people while live streaming, but oftentimes by the time I see that they've said something, I can't respond to them in time and they just leave in the meantime. And we're talking about like a time frame of like 10 to 15 minutes, which in a live streaming context is not that much time, really. So, at least not in my opinion. So, I've actually got some kookaburras outside making a lot of noise. It's the first time in a long time I've heard kookaburras on my property, which is funny. So that's one of the eyed reefs in front of us, which is not very interesting or important if we're not actually trying to 100% the game. Yeah. That is true, and to be honest, if they were interested in the content that I was actually recording here, then they would stick around for long enough for me to at least be able to respond to the chat. Because obviously if I knew that they were talking at all, then I would be looking at the chat more often. This is the thing. The reason why I don't check Twitch chat quite so often is because people don't really talk to me very much on Twitch chat. Whereas when it comes to YouTube chat, people talk to me a lot more. I don't know what it is, but when it comes to Wind Waker, people who are generally subscribed to me just watch on YouTube. And Twitch is not really a place for people to watch Wind Waker, like the original Wind Waker. I don't know what it is, but not as many people are watching on Twitch, so therefore, less people are actually commenting on the Twitch chat. Caitlin, another situation where someone talked on Twitch and I didn't see them talking happened. And they left and they weren't too happy about it. Anyway, what can you do? Welcome back, Caitlin. Hopefully you didn't cut yourself off camera or anything like that. Because it seems that you and knives don't go so well together. Oh, shark. I didn't keep track of that shark. There are 4 after me right now. Or Gyorgs, as we want to call them, maybe. In terms of the ice isle, I think it's over that way. That's it. I think that's actually it. I'm not going crazy right now, seriously. I think that's actually it. Let's go to it. You almost never talk about controversial topics. Neither do I, because I don't think it's a good idea to do that. But I've long since moved on from that particular topic, don't worry, Caitlin. I don't like to talk about controversial stuff either, because in the end, it doesn't matter how sensible you're being about it, someone's going to get offended, so it's generally better to avoid it. But what do you do? I'm pretty sure this is the ice isle. I recognise the shape of it. Keeping in mind, of course, that the whole reason for me going this way is so that I can actually find this thing. And I found it, not because it was all icy and stuff, but because I recognise the actual appearance of it, so that's cool. Now that I think about it, the big octo that has the extended magic bar reward, I think is in this sector, so I'll probably go and get that soon if I can. Let's go and shoot a fire arrow over here. There we go. You just need to hit the big dragon head. It's not hard to aim at, but you do get a timer. So it's important that you don't waste your time too much when going through here. Alrighty. So it is worth mentioning, and I did say it in my Let's Play of Wind Waker HD, there is a very small chance that you're actually going to have a problem with the amount of time that you're given to take on each of these isles. It's 5 minutes, And honestly, you should be able to do it within that time without any problems. So, yeah. This is actually kind of crazy because the lack of friction here as you're walking along does make it a little bit hard to do things. But fortunately, as you can see, there is a functionality within the game where if you sort of drop off the edge of something, you can grab onto the edge as you're falling off. So that's a cool thing. I do like that. There we go. Now, I'm going to check Twitch chat just to see if that guy is still talking. He's not still talking. He did actually say a few things and then disappear because I didn't talk to him, so... Sorry, guy. But, oh god. I hate this. So sometimes you don't properly jump off that. You'll instead just drop straight into the frickin' water. It's terrible. Now, something that does surprise me is that you don't actually lose health by being in this freezing cold water. That would make sense if that were the case, and I wouldn't complain. But that's one example of this game being really easy. They don't have things like that, where you would lose a lot of health by being in freezing cold water. They don't care so much for realism, and they don't care so much for difficulty. So, that's the thing. It is true that if you do crap around too much, you will run out of time, but seriously, I've never actually run out of time here. I don't have too much more time to mess up, but I should be alright. The best thing to do is not like roll and jump, and hopefully I can make it to this thing. Hopefully. There we go. I'm going to need to focus for a moment. There we go. You used to have a DeviantArt account that you really liked. Ah. And then you were targeted because you supported that person. I'm sorry to hear that, Caitlin. I did have a DeviantArt account for a short period of time. Back in 2013, I think it was, but... Oh god. That's not good at all. I actually need to do this as quickly as possible because I know that I've been saying, hey, if you have a lot of time here, then it's alright if you fail, but I really would like to do this as soon as possible. Is this something that I can grapple onto? Hold on one moment. Yes, yes. So, let's... Oh god, this is really bad. I'm going to not read any comments for now because I need to do this as quickly as possible. I'm sorry. Just really need to make sure that I succeed here. I should have enough time to do it. I do not need this to be the first time that I've ever failed doing the island in the time limit allocated. Alright. So I'm going to focus on actually getting to my destination. I'm not going to attack these keys, I don't care about them. At least they're not ice keys like the ones from Ocarina of Time, in that one place that you go to before the water dungeon, I think? The water temple, I should say. Is it even the water temple? No, it's before you go to Jabu Jabun's belly, I think. Stop making noises, please. Cool. So we did it in the time limit. It's really easy, it's not hard at all. My performance there was so bad, it's difficult to really perform worse than that. But I still had like more than a minute to spare, so you should be fine. What was the topic? Maybe I'll hate you too. You're a terrible person. Paul, really. Oh, that's really funny. Alright, now we have to freaking grappling hook again. This is not what I want. We need to go at an angle because this is not a hook shot. It really is not a hook shot. I kind of want a snack. You know, sometimes I'm recording these live streams and I'm thinking, hey, I want a snack. But like, I've got nothing to eat, so... Oh, I do have one thing to eat, but I'm not going to do it on camera because it's not social. Basically, they are ginger nut biscuits, and they're really, really hard. So I have two options when it comes to eating them. Either I dunk them in tea, which I can't do because I don't have a kettle with me right now, or a teapot. And the second option is leaving them in my mouth so that my saliva softens them, and then I can eat them. Now that would require me to have a biscuit sitting in my mouth for an extended period of time, which, fun fact, is not very social. So I'm not going to do that on stream. I'm sure that your country is very different when it comes to moral issues, Paul. I think Russia is really interesting, and I wish I understood more about them. Russia is one of those countries that is really different to the Western world when it comes to things like morals and the things that I guess people in your country do normally, so I am interested in how you people are, but I've interacted with a lot of Russian people in my life, and I've never had a problem with them, so yeah. I definitely don't have an issue with Russia in general for that reason, so. Any lack of morality that Russians might have is not an issue, put it that way, because they're nice people to talk to, so yeah. That's all that matters, really. If they're cool people, and I like chatting to them, then that'll do it. Because really, I have a strong sense of personal justice, I think, so if the people are really awful people, then I wouldn't talk to them, but Russians, generally, I don't have a problem with them, so I would say that there's nothing wrong with your country at all, on a moral level. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about that, Kaylin, and thank you for sharing that, because, really, it is a shame when you have a community that you like to interact with, in other words, the DeviantArt community, and then you're targeted in such a way, and you're left with such an awful experience, and so I do feel sorry that you had to go through that, just generally speaking. I need to change the direction of the wind. But yeah, there's not much that you can do about that. Some people just... They pretend to be morally superior, but they won't have any qualms about putting you down for something that you don't deserve to be blamed for, really, so... It's actually just a very hypocritical scenario. So... As long as you stay on top of that and realise that you are the better person, then that's okay. You just can't let that actually eat away at you and make you question whether or not you are in the right, and I can assure you that you are in the right. Any person who thinks that it's okay to put another person down is not in the right. That's just not how that works. You can't put people down. That will never be the just way to do something. It's just not really how it works. Well, I understand World War II being a bit of a different subject, but at the very least, I think rather than World War II, it would be the Cold War, wouldn't it? Because it was the whole, you know, communist versus non-communist thing going on. But you know, the political ideologies do not summarize a race. That's not how that works. You could be, like, Paul, I don't know if you are, but you could be a full communist, and like whether or not I agree with that ideology makes no difference. I could have a great conversation with you and I could really get along with you really well. So in the end, how relevant is it? To be honest, it doesn't matter. So that's how I feel about it personally. And of course, not all Russians are communist, I don't think. So I wouldn't really know. Not that I want to open that can of worms, but of course Americans, being ultra-capitalists, do not have much of an interest in communism, but I like the theory of it, just not the practice of it. It's something that you can take advantage of really well, but I do agree that the concept is very nice. It's just that humans are not quite so good at honouring such a concept. Well, that's good to know. You did the right thing, Caitlin. Really. To reiterate once again, as long as you realise that you did nothing wrong, then you have nothing to worry about. Because you did nothing wrong, seriously. Because the one thing that people make mistakes about is attacking people based on some notion of what they've done rather than the actual intention behind it. So, you know, what does it mean that you've done this? Like, what is the meaning behind that? It's not about the meaning behind it, it's about the actual intention that the person had. And you did not have an ill intention at any point when you did that, Caitlin. And in fact, I would say that what you actually did was not a bad thing. So it's just not acceptable to treat you poorly as a result of that. So really, I think it's a shame that there are people out there who think that they are morally superior when they do something like bully you in such a way. Or maybe they don't think they're morally superior, I don't know, but I think it is a shame that you had to go through that, but anyway. You know what? We're not actually able to enter this. So, you know what? As it turns out, we do have to go in the order of Earth Temple, Wind Temple. It cannot be either or. Because as it turns out, you can see that there are no musical notes coming out of the waterfall here, which would indicate that... What's his name? You know, that Korok who plays the violin. I forgot his name. But that would indicate that he's not playing a song there, which would mean that we can't really interact with him, so that's, you know, not important. Meaning we have to go to Fire Island to do anything. Anyway, let's check Twitch chat, because that's necessary at this point. No one is talking in Twitch chat. Let's return to YouTube chat. So, I'm going to warp to, look, I thought in my head that the order of Earth Temple, Wind Temple was purely optional, but as it turns out, it's not, so we need to go from one to the next, in that order. They do prove your point, Caitlin. And that happens a lot. You know, you'll accuse people of doing things and then, in response to your accusation, they will do the very things that you've been accusing them of. So, and all the while, they won't even acknowledge or realise that, so it's quite funny. But I think that you were not deserving of that. Even though I don't really know the circumstances, I would guarantee that you... Because you don't seem like a malicious person to me. And I think as long as a person can differentiate between being malicious and, you know, I suppose the opposite to that, which would be innocent, acting in innocence, as long as you can differentiate between those two things, there should never be a problem. And the failure to differentiate between those two things is what causes problems, so... Anyway, I'm going to not actually shoot this ice arrow at Fire Island just yet. Proaction. No, that is not an actual English word. Proaction. Unless you mean protection. But anyway, so I'm going to unlock Fire Island, as in shoot an ice arrow in it, in a moment. Because first I need to answer Nature's Call a second time. Hallelujah. I sincerely apologise about the Wind Waker, because that must have been bothering you a lot. What seems to have happened is that I placed my controller on my laptop and then it fell down, so you would have heard a banging sound, which would have been my controller falling on the ground, which then would have pressed the Z button or the Z button to pull out the Wind Waker, which then resulted in repeated neutral notes, so I apologise for that. Anyway. Oh, projection, not protection. Psychological projection. I believe that has to do with, as well as that, as well as what you just said, also, when you insult a person, the insults that you use are also insults that people have dealt to you in the past. That's also psychological projection as far as I know. Bang was hard, bad for your controller. I'm using a PowerWave accessories controller, which you can't really see. I can't even get it in the shot because it's wired and connected to my Wii, but anyway. It is probably bad for my controller. But I can replace it for a pretty low price, so it's alright. It's all good. Listening to that bird going, well, I don't even want to, like, you know, imitate the noise, but the best way to go here is to just sidle, because otherwise you will have to use the Deku Leaf, and that is wind direction dependent, which is annoying, so it's better not to. I'm just going to jump from platform to platform, if you want to call it a platform, or like a stepping block, however you want to say it. I'm going to do this attack on you to kill you instantly, instead of doing the stupid ball crap. Not bull crap, but ball crap. As in hitting him and then he turns into a ball, like that. Whatever. So you like fire-based volcano levels? I think they're pretty fun. But I think I prefer sort of ice locations, personally. Because the thing is, the image is often distorted by the heat. You see how the image is wavering a little bit? It's from the heat. I like sort of the ice cold sort of locations. I think mainly because I like the cold. I don't necessarily like the snow. The snow is not my thing. Like, I would never live in Russia because you guys have such cold weather. I could never survive in that. Like, -40 to -60, like, I could not survive in that shit. There's no way. But I like cold weather, as in, like, -10 to +10 degrees Celsius. And then a bit of rain as well. A little bit of snow, but not much. But the weather you guys have in Russia, I can't handle. There's no way. So... Izalith in Dark Souls 1 is great, unless you're playing on console where you have terrible frame rate. Let's move on to some whiskey, which I have delved into recently. Is the Naked Grouse. Not going to have too much more than I already have in terms of alcohol, but just going to top ourselves up a little bit. It's way too cold where you live, Paul, seriously. Because I live in Australia, right? The coldest it gets here is maybe -5 ever. And -5 to you guys is like a warm day. So, I just could not handle the cold that you guys have. The kind of cold where you throw water off it, like hot water off a balcony and it freezes midair. That kind of thing. Which I did see in one video that was recorded in Russia at some point. What did I just get? I got the power bracelets. So we want to go to the island just to the east of Outset. And lift up the big stone head there. So we can then access that dungeon. And probably that dungeon will be the last thing that we do in this video, which will probably take about an hour, so that will work out in the end. So that'll be about the 4-hour mark, because I probably won't do both dungeons in this video. That'll probably be a bit too much content. So anyway, -5 is a joke. To Australians, -5 is intolerable. That is way too cold for us. For us, it's too cold at +15. Like, it's too cold at that point. So, that might give you a perspective. So, if -5 to you guys is like nothing, then yeah. But I understand why that would be the case. Because some of the temperatures that you guys get during winter, ugh, awful. That's true, Paul. When a person has decided to think a certain way, very often it is extremely difficult to change their viewpoint, and it's not worth the effort required to change their viewpoint, so you just leave it alone. And saying that they're asleep is a good way to put it, because they refuse to actually wake up and realize the truth. That is a good way to put it. So what we need to do right now is lift the stone head here, get access to this... Oh, shut up, King of Red Lions. I didn't mean to talk to you. Seriously. I just pressed A at the wrong time. Crab! Alright, let's lift this thing up. Cool. Maybe I can choose which I want to go to first. That was the reason why the musical notes were not coming out of that waterfall. It was because I hadn't gone to the Wind Temple Island first. I'm an idiot. Whatever, we'll do the Earth Dungeon first. Seeing as though we're already here. Jesus Christ. The Native Americans had a lot of knowledge, I'll tell you that much. So any saying that they coined is worth saying. Or worth speaking, if you don't want to repeat terms. It's funny because once you've had like a whole bottle of dark ale, a whiskey like this changes in flavour so much. Because you get a different perspective on the actual flavours. So, it's kind of cool. Oh dear. So this is the Zora, and I forgot her name, but she's related to Medli in some way or another. Laruto, that's her name. Similar to Ruto, but not quite the same. I've been recording for almost 2 hours. And I will be doing the Earth Temple in this recording, so don't worry about that. So obviously that instrument is the same instrument that Medli plays, but I don't know if any of you have seen that yet, in terms of the actual game thus far, because she hasn't really played her instrument before, at least not properly. Before this point, that is. Excuse me. Let's check Twitch chat. Literally nothing. Not even any viewers. God, fuck Twitch. If you don't respond to them in like within 5 minutes of them talking, they refuse to watch. And then just generally they don't watch anyways, so fucking Twitch. Anyway, we need to head to Dragon Roost Island now. Unfortunately, there is a direct warp point to Dragon Roost. So that's one good thing. Caitlin makes a good point in that the weapon is, if you can, because they will never use the weapon themselves, you have to use the weapon, but the worst thing is that the weapon can't actually harm them if they can't actually accept that what they've said is bad, or if it goes against their argument, because a lot of these people are just in denial, so it's a nightmare. They've got their particular perspective, and they can't move on that perspective. They will be rigid in that way of looking at things. So that's often how it works. And it is kind of a shame. So right now we have to go and talk to Medli, who is going to have a bit of an epiphany in our presence. I don't know if you can hear it I think my game volume is pretty loud at the moment. But you should be able to hear the sound of a harp, which is the sound of Medli playing. So let's go and find her, shall we? We have to go to a higher level within the Dragon Roost Island to be able to find her. So we will go and do that now. I'm glad the sound is good. But what I meant by that is that you should be able to hear the sound of the harp. So because it's kind of awkward if I'm referring to something and you can't really hear it, but I'm pretty sure the game sound is loud enough for you to be able to hear that, so. Okay. So Medli is just over here. We'll go and talk to her. Her nose is matching her harp. Oh dear. If you want a gay pairing, Link and Komali. Ooh! That's tender. But that's only if you're into bird people. And if you're gay, obviously. Or into guys, either or. Half elf, half duck. Quack, quack. I suppose that she's evolved from Hylians. So, some kind of bird must have fucked a Hylian and created this race of people. That's how I would interpret that. So we need to pull a Wind Waker out in front of her. Or whatever sound she made. That's my impression of the sound. I can play these songs without any problem. I've learnt them. It's not like the HD version where you have the frickin' song on the gamepad the whole time. When you play the Gamecube version, you just learn the frickin' song. I think Caitlin's about to drop some lore on us right now. Uh-oh. Can you quack? I'm not going to quack. Oh, they evolved from Zoras. Yeah, well, I suppose that makes sense because you do have a Laruto being a descendant of Medli here. But at the same time, I don't really understand how that makes sense because the Great Sea is a place where Zoras should thrive because it's the frickin' sea. There's a lot of water around. So why the hell would Zoras become flying creatures? So, really. And then the Triforce appears. And then she's just staring off in the distance, and Link is like, "What the hell am I doing right now? What is this girl doing?" Hopefully I don't end up in a relationship with this bird. The ocean was full of monsters. They would have all been killed. Huh. That's an interesting thought. I'm just thinking if the Zoras are capable of defending themselves. They probably are, you know. Or because they're so fast in the water, they can probably escape those who want to kill them. I don't know. But I'm not sure if I like that reasoning. I think the Zoras can handle some monsters. Because we're talking about the likes of, you know, Gyorgs and stuff like that. So... oh, did I say it backwards? Okay. Good to know. Yeah, of course I meant to say that Medli is a descendant of Laruto. Or that Medli is a descendant of a Zora, so... we can actually warp to our destination with Medli on board, so that's one good thing. Well, you know, if a Zora can't handle a shark, then maybe a Zora shouldn't be allowed to swim in the ocean. So, yeah. I'm sure Zoras swam in the ocean because think about it. If they are water creatures, they can't just swim in rivers. They have to also, like, go out into the open sea. So if they can't handle an aggressive shark, then they probably suck and should just evolve into birds anyway. So maybe that's why that happened. It wasn't because it was the Great Sea that happened. It was because, you know, the Zoras just suck, so they had to turn into birds. I don't know where Can You Quack originates, Paul. All I can say is that Ritos look like ducks, so therefore quack. I suppose Gyorgs are pretty fast, but you know... Zoras must be pretty fast as well. I'm conflicted. If they are water-dwelling creatures, they should be able to handle Gyorgs as far as I'm concerned, so... anyway. Medli, listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you. The temple ahead is the nest of an evil creature. The same creature that stole the life of your predecessor, the Sage. It is a dark and frightening place. That is why, if you do nothing else, then at least do this. If Link comes near you and presses R, just to casually break the fourth wall, of course, then be silent and follow closely behind him. I love how she's not even allowed to talk. She has to stay silent and just follow him. Like, she can't even say a word. Come on, King of Red Lions. We live in a different era of female rights. She is allowed to speak, okay? That last comment that you made, Paul, for some reason was held for review by YouTube. Of course, I allowed it. I'm sure that there is a good theory for why Zoras couldn't handle the Great Sea. How they turned into birds, I don't know. Like, that shit doesn't happen overnight. Like a bird and a fish thing doesn't just fornicate out of nowhere. So I don't know how that works, but anyway. It's a Zelda game, so maybe we shouldn't overestimate the... hold on. Maybe we shouldn't, I don't even know. I'm not even going to theorize, to be honest. Well, that's the thing. There's no need for us to be realistic about it. It's a magical world, so let's just say that fish turn into birds. That's it. We'll just go with that. Let's check Twitch chat. You never know if someone might talk. No one's talking. Let's move on back to YouTube chat. Anyway. Alright. So, I think we need the deco leaf for this, so let's just equip that. That's fine. So what we're going to do is take on the Earth Temple in this video, and then that will probably be it, because to be honest, we're already at the 3 hour and 5 minutes mark, so that should end up working out pretty well for us in terms of timing. It's freaking moblin there. Maybe they did have magic help. Some sort of magical bird plus fish cupid that allowed that immediate fornication to happen. Because I think it's through the likes of evolution that allows birds to actually have children with fish, but you know, once it's happened enough times it will actually create some sort of offspring, but if it's magical then maybe that will happen the first time it is done. I mean, I don't know. I think ultimately it's a Zelda game, so we shouldn't really question it too much. So I think we want to use the command melody on Medli right now. Where is she? We didn't take her in here with us. We are officially stupid, everyone. Or I am officially stupid. I won't include you guys in that. So let's take Medli with us. We used the deco leaf to get to this other side, but we actually didn't need to do that. What we wanted to do was pick up Medli and fly over using her wings. So let's do that. Come now, bird. I didn't mean to throw you, but I'm going to use the command melody anyway. Alrighty. Come with me, bird. Well, not come with me, but do your own thing. Do as I say, bird. And drop on the switch, bird. It's so rude to call her a bird. Because the thing is with birds is they're not really touted as the most intelligent creature in the world. But anyway. Can we even get over there? We can't. So how... Oh, that's right. That's what we do. So first, we have to bring Medli down here. Because we actually use her wings to get to that particular point. Look, I wouldn't really overestimate the Zelda lore. It's really not very intelligent. Like, the Zelda lore is just an excuse for something to exist, so... yeah. The Zelda lore can be a little bit silly, but... if they say that fish fornicated with birds, then I'll accept that. That's alright. If that's their idea of a good story, then go for it. I'm not very confident, but I think I should try to fly. I'll fly where you tell me to. Just tap A. Okay. No problem. Girl. So let's take Medli and fly over here. We should be alright. Cool. So we'll step on this switch, drop her, use the command melody, and then we'll be able to continue. Caitlin, I think you might be coming up with ideas that are far beyond the Zelda staff. So, I mean, that makes sense, but I don't know if the Zelda story writers actually came up with such an idea. Now that we have gone and pressed down both of those buttons, we don't need to actually hold them both down to be able to enter through here. So let's go and enter through the door over here. Taking Medli with us without calling her. We don't need to go, come on! we can just, you know, take her physically against her will. And then we're good. Because, you know, women's rights. I have itchy eyes. One moment. Don't worry about me and my itchy eyes. So I guess you weren't familiar with this game. Have you played many Zelda games, Paul? I guess if you're not really that into Zelda games, then you might not be familiar with this game, but it's been out for a long time. And I do admit that this game looked really, really good for its time. Like, this was one of the better looking games out there. Ah, okay. Well, I would say the Zelda games are pretty fun to play. And I have to say that I'm really amazed that you're willing to watch this much Zelda content despite not actually having played a Zelda game before, so that's pretty cool. So I'm just going to kill these guys. I'm not going to use them as a block or anything like that. My throat really hurts right now. I need to have some water. I'm going to fill this up with water. I'll be back in a moment. That's fair enough, Caitlin, but we're talking about fish fornicating with birds, so, I mean, those two things are really difficult, because the thing is, you can't actually get a fish on land. Long story. But it's possible with Zoras, because they were, like, half human anyway. So I think the big question is how Zoras were possible, not so much how Rito were possible. So, you know, how was a fish human created? Unless a human fornicated with a mermaid? Unless there's some sort of, like, mermaid that is clearly not a Zora, then that would be possible, but otherwise, I question the law. I don't think this was going to turn into a creation debate. I think the most interesting thing about evolution is the fact that it's all still, in a strict scientific sense, theoretical, right? So I think, while it's acceptable to assume that evolution is fact for now, we also need to be aware of the fact that it could also just be not fact. So, yeah. That's the beauty of science. No matter how factual something might appear, unless you have absolute, undeniable proof of it being the truth, then you can't really say that it's a law. You have to instead refer to it as a theory. So, yeah. But even having said that, I would say that some scientific laws can be disputed, but that's a bit more of a controversial topic, because you don't want to tell a scientist that certain laws that they follow are not actually legitimate. Then, like, that's when you really get into bad territory. Because then entire industries are being collapsed as a result of that, so. Well, power to you, Caitlin. Whatever works for you in the end. let me just work out what I'm doing here. So I need a key for that. I think if I... That's right, that's what I need to do. I need to use Medli to... Yappy, but Yappy Dog is back. Just for an update on Yappy Dog. Okay, so what we need to do is make use of the light that she can create to give us access to this thing. Then we can use the skull hammer, which we will put in Y. And then we can go ahead and... Oh, come on. Cool. So the light actually gets rid of that stupid effect. Alright. Good night, Caitlin. Now that I think about it, if you are in the US, then it is pretty late over there for you, so... Thank you for watching. And I'll catch you later. That was crazy. I just did like a acrobatic move right there. That was impressive. Alright, so let's go and move this block to start with. Many of them look like Prince of Persia. Well, if they look like Prince of Persia, then I would say that Prince of Persia was actually influenced by this game, the Zelda series. So, that's good to know. Well, if it's 11:46, then you should be alright. Paul, it's not too late for you. So we'll have to use Medli to make that thing appear, but what? Really, Medli? I would not have guessed, given that I've already solved several puzzles using your frickin' light. Seriously. You need to get up in 4 hours? What are you doing, Caitlin? Go to sleep now. Go, get out of here. Leave. That's terrible. 4 hours of sleep is not pleasant at all. My advice is if you're going to school, be late for school. If you're not going to school and you're doing something more important, then just be late for whatever you're doing that's important. And if it's so important that you can't be late, then just prepare to suffer. Anyway. I don't know why you have to get up in 5 in the morning anyway. That is too much whiskey, come on. Anyway. Yeah, I would agree that getting good sleep isn't that important. Apparently it has been scientifically proven that less sleep is better. All good, Medli. So hold on, let me step on this and see if it presses down this. It does. So let's bring Medli over here. Actually, let's step off this thing and place Medli here, because I have a feeling that that chest is actually a optional thing. You can sleep an extra hour on the bus. Well, fair enough. A lot of people do that on the train in Japan. That's like an art form in Japan. Is this a mini-boss? No, it's not. What the hell is this? Nothing is what it is. Alright, that must be a key in the chest then. Let's go and bring Medli over here. I have found that scientifically, less sleep is better for people, with the understanding that too much sleep is bad. So, yeah. Could always be wrong though. Can't always trust scientists, but Oftentimes it's good to trust them. There's a small key, as I suspected. Ya putty! So let's go grab Medli and not get attacked by these stupid things here. Because they're going to grab Medli off me if I'm not too careful. Well, sorry, if I'm not careful enough. And get molested. Don't worry, Caitlin, he's making Japanese jokes. Because, you know, Japanese women on the train, that's a thing that happens. Not even a joke. Reality. Reality. It's actually a big problem. So. Oh dear. So what I'm going to do is kill these choo-choos that are not black. And then what I need to do with the black choo-choos is turn them to stone to use them as weights. So we're going to do that. But first we need to get a fire arrow. No. Hold on. Here we go. Bugger off. You black choo-choo. See you, Caitlin. Thanks for watching, as usual. I've been recording for 3 hours and 21 minutes. Can drop you on here. Damn it, I think that's a bit off target. Come on. Oh. And then you are gonna come up lift. There we go. Drop you on there. Well, they look more like purple, but, you know. How do I put down... Okay, so Medli, we're going to command Melody over here. We still need the Wind Waker, so let's go pull that out. Where is Medli? Where is she? She's in here, isn't she? Did I not bring her in here? God freaking damn it! That's actually, no, that's alright, because I can take a shortcut up there now. That's alright, now that I think about it. Okay, Medli is over here. We need to bring her in this room. Come on, girl. I will check Twitch chat, because, you know, Twitch chat, no one is watching. Back to YouTube chat. Stop it. Female bird. Human creature thing. We will probably need to use the command melody anyway. So, okay, maybe I wasn't right. Hold on. Let's try to throw her. Maybe she'll get up there. Yep, she does go up there. So we don't need to use the command melody after all. Cool. Nice. Alrighty, let's take her into this area. We're going to kill these things because they're annoying. Excuse me. Boom. And then, that's it. That's all the fun we get. Now, how do we get the light in this room? I guess we have to move this. Let's just do that to start with. There we go. And of course, because we don't have the mirror shield yet. Spoilers, Doom Link! I didn't know we were going to get the mirror shield. Yeah, so... what am I doing? Command melody. So because we don't have the mirror shield yet, we will be able to... well, we can only use Medli as a light conductor. I don't know what you mean by green troll with ginger beard. But what it sounds like you're describing is an Irishman, so... which is definitely topical because it was St. Patrick's Day yesterday, so... Green troll with ginger beard. Oh dear. Maybe we should give... hold on. We should give Link a ginger beard. Gavlan. Oh, the guy from Dark Souls 2. Gavlan wheel, Gavlan deal. Yeah, it was St. Patrick's Day yesterday. I only know because there were lots of drunk people around, so you know. Although it was Sunday, so most people got drunk on the Saturday before. As in the day before. I had 2 of them turn up at my work. No, sorry, more than 2. A few of them turned up at my work. I think it was a group of 5. And they were freaking annoying, but anyway. You know, drunk people. Socially drunk. Main villain in Zelda, this big green guy. What big green guy in Zelda? Unless you mean the main character. Main villain? So the main villain in Zelda is either Ganondorf or Vati. Those are the 2 big villains in Zelda. To use the inverted controls when I'm under the influence of a ghost here. There we go. So I'll let you possess me just to kill you, because if you allow the ghosts to possess you, you will effectively kill them. Oh, Ganon. I don't know how Ganon's green, but at least I got it right. All the lights over there. Let's go command melody. Whatever works, man. So because Medli got hit, it cancelled the control, which is just a normal thing. I'm fine with that. I've long since gotten over getting annoyed by that. Alrighty. So up to the light. Now we need to go and move that over here. Just destroying one will do. Return. Now we can access this chest, which I think will have within it something important. I can't even remember what it is, to be honest with you. A joy pendant. That's not quite what I wanted, but anyway. What the hell are we doing here? So I opened that chest, but it's annoying when you can't remember how to play the frickin' game. Maybe we need to destroy all of those statues. I'll try that to start with. I heard the name and thought it is that big green dude. He was in this play session. She looks like Egypt Isis goddess, woman with wings with all this light and stuff. Oh, you're talking about Medli. Alright. Actually, maybe we'll go and... Oh, now I know what we need to do. We need to destroy all the ghosts in this area. Let's use the light to affect this guy. Now we can attack him normally. Now we can continue on. That is what we needed to do in this area. Not get that chest. Yeah. We didn't even need to break the rest of anything. It was just a matter of killing that guy. We needed to kill all of the enemies in the area to actually solve the puzzle, so that was how that worked. Key! You got a small key! Look at this, this is the best item acquisition screen in Zelda, seriously. Link is just looking away, he's like, I don't care about this. Alright, so we're going to ignore the rest of the enemies here, I think. Can we even do that? No, we have to kill all the enemies in this area to get that ladder to drop down. Are you ready for some zombie? You didn't even get the full zombie experience. If you've never seen this game before, then you haven't experienced the zombie experience. It's when the zombie makes this freaky shrieking noise. There we go. Bites you a little bit. That's probably the only not child-friendly thing here in this game. Is those zombies doing their freaky shrieking noises. There we go. The puzzles in this game are really not difficult to deal with. When it comes to Zelda games, I would say that they're not very difficult to actually complete the puzzles, but yeah, Wind Waker is another level of easy. So, where is Medli? Is she over here? Yeah, she is. Actually, I think this is the mini-boss over here, so let's go and fight that mini-boss. We've got a key, so we can access the mini-boss. Yeah. It's because this is more of a character-based sort of... It's more of a role-playing game, more of an RPG, where this actual character is left-handed, so therefore you use the sword in the left hand. That's how it works. Alright, we've killed that guy, and now we have to fight 2 more zombies. The ideal situation is that you can destroy the skull itself in the first round, but it doesn't always happen. It does depend on your accuracy. He's swinging around. Alright, this skull is not something that I'm going to be able to kill in one go, I don't think. Oh no, I did manage to do that, that's really good. So that's great, actually. Let's get these rupees. Using arrows can work with those skulls, but not everyone does that. Stop hitting me with the skull. Hit him, hit him. There we go, and that is the boss. Awesome, that was really, really freaking fast. I've got an itchy eye, don't worry about me. God, my eye is so itchy right now. Ugh. Oh, God. Yeah, I understand. Ugh. But the thing is, you're playing with the controller. It's not quite the same as, say, a Wiimote, which is where Twilight Princess changed the... Ooh. What's going on with the brightness here? Oh. I ended up selecting my screen capture software, which caused my, don't worry, it's a long explanation. If I actually explained what was going on there, it would take way too long, so. Come on! It's really difficult to control the Gamecube analog stick. Huh! Huh! It probably does make it worse, you know. So what we can do now... Where is Medli? Is she down here? Yes, she is. Cool. So we'll grab her and take her to the main area, which is where we need to go right now. Uh-oh. That's dangerous. Fortunately, we avoided that freaking thing. Well, yeah, that is true. That's actually very true, Paul. Because you can actually infect the eye with germs if your hand is not very clean. So... But I think my hand is pretty clean, because remember, I answered nature's call relatively recently, so I did just wash my hands, so all good, I think. Let's kill this frickin' Chushu. Yeah, their screams are probably pretty bad for kids, probably. But, for adults, they're alright. Alrighty. I'm off target. One moment. Here we go. So I'm going to hold the shield in one position here. There we go. And that will light up that side of the sun. And now we use the mirror shield to light up this side. There we go. I don't think the ghosts screamed that much in Dark Souls 1, did they? I don't remember hearing them scream that much. At least not like they do in this game. Like in this game, they really scream and it's really loud, but... in Dark Souls 1, I don't think they scream too much, do they? I don't know. Alright. So we're going to take Medli over to this side here. We're going to drop her and pull out the Wind Waker. We want to do this. Play the song. Oh god, I just cancelled the song at the wrong frickin' time. Oh, I think you might be talking about the one that you find further in New Anor Londo. And, oh sorry, the New Londo Ruins. And that one has the power to attract the rest of the ghosts. Let's pick up Medli and continue. So before I go on, I'm going to answer nature's call once again. I apologize, but lots of liquid once again. I will be back in a moment. I am back again. So you find the location where you have the invisible ghost sort of enemies that are attracted by the trees in Dark Souls 2. You find that to be like the most difficult place in the Soul series. I generally don't even fight those ghosts. I try not to fight them, so I don't have too many problems there, but I do die there from time to time, so I understand what you mean. Hi there, Moosh. Are you still watching? Fuck! I think I've missed him again. Have I once again missed a person who's watching me live? Seriously? Like, I check Twitch as much as I physically can. And I think I've missed another freaking person. Oh my god. I mean, what can I do? What can I do? Yeah, I do try to get all of the treasures that I can while I'm there, but... Kill these zombies. Making use of my light. Thanks to the mirror shield. What's that gonna affect? Alrighty. So, I'm really annoyed about that frickin' Twitch thing. It's always like... Anyway, I'm not going to get into it. It's just that, like, I have a window of about 3 minutes to respond to people when they talk on Twitch, and then they leave. It's like, well, I'm doing my best. I can't check it all friggin' times, I'm sorry. God damn it. Anyway. Regardless, going to destroy this block. I should make it more easier to see what's going on there. It's just that I have, basically my setup is I have my streaming PC to my left side, and I have my laptop in front of me directly to read chats. I use my laptop as my main chat reading tool, but maybe I should try to use my streaming PC to see what's going on Twitch as well. Just so that it's only a matter of glancing to my left side to see what's going on over there. And then I can switch to it on my laptop sort of thing. So maybe I should try to have a look more frequently. So let's do that. Let me just try to channel. There we go. It's playing me ads again on Twitch. Ridiculous. Anyway, I should now be able to see more often what's going on. Maybe I could do that, you know. But I'm useless, so maybe I can't do that because I suck. Which are the two directions that I want to go? Let's go to this side first. Hold on. We want to go to this side first because there's only one room over here, so let's go to the single room first. Oh, it's this place. Okay. So, we'll go in through here. I'm able to move pretty normally through here now that I look at it. Which is weird. I don't know how I'm able to move with normal control. Because normally you would have to invert your movements while you're like this, but it seems that I can move normally. So, I've got no frickin' idea. Let's just open this chest, shall we? I don't even know what I just picked up. I think it was a key. It was a key, wasn't it? Yeah. So let's go over here. I'm not going to attack any of these enemies. I don't care about them. Stop it. No! I just got freaking taken to some location that I don't know what I got taken to. Is it the beginning of the dungeon? No, it's just here. That's fine. I don't care. It's technically a shortcut, I think. It's not technically a death, it takes you to a location elsewhere within the dungeon, so it's sort of like the next closest location. So, yeah. Usually to that main room. I think how it works is that it'll take you to the main room of a dungeon. That can be really far away or it can be pretty close, so it sort of depends where you are in the dungeon at the time you're taken. So, I'm gonna go to this side this time. Alright. For some reason, I'm not actually moving invertedly as I do this. Normally you would have to use inverted controls in this situation, but I don't have to do that. Don't know why. But anyway. I do feel bad that I haven't been able to respond to people through Twitch chat, but how I look at it is that I really don't have many people watching through Twitch chat, and when they do start watching, they want to be responded to immediately. It just doesn't work like that, unfortunately. I can't respond to them immediately, but definitely I will try to do that more often, so anyway. I do have a key right now, so I can go ahead and, hold on. I think it was like 3 people in total by now. But this is over a course of 3 hours, to keep in mind. I think each hour it was a different person, so anyway. And whether or not they would have stayed is debatable, so. Because Twitch viewers are not so consistent. Here we go. Well, I don't know if it's filtering in the end. I don't think the general Twitch viewer is necessarily a worthless person, but yeah. Alright, let's grab that rupee. And I think we can get at the right angle for this, can we? No, okay, so we need to get Medli. Where is Medli right now? Medli is... We usually have like a purple marker for where Medli is, and I can't see that purple marker anywhere, which is a bad sign, because we need Medli right now. She's over here, cool. So for some reason it didn't give us a purple marker for her being here, but we do need her as we continue further. So yeah, so the thing is, like, the general Twitch viewer is not necessarily like a bad viewer, it's just that I wish that they would stay for long enough for me to respond to them. Like, bloody hell. Because we're talking like 15 minutes maximum where I won't check Twitch chat, so. And then once again, once I have realized that someone's actually talking on Twitch chat, then I will check more often, but before that point, no. Oh dear. Yes, it could prove useful, Medli, thank you. Let me just kill this ghost one moment. Yep. So we're going to take Medli, probably once we've killed this ghost. One moment. Don't do that. Freaking ghost. Here we go. They are used to faster reactions. You are definitely correct about that. Twitch is very different. It's a different world, in fact. It's not the... It's a very different world of content creation. Why am I playing the Ballad of Gales? That is a question that needs to be asked. Okay. So what we're going to do is move this over here. We're going to maybe... We'll destroy this statue now if we can. There we go. Now, I'm going to move the light over here. This is one of the more interesting puzzles in Zelda. We're going to shoot the light over here and then use this light to do this. I'm not that tired. I'm just a little bit lethargic because of the alcohol, you know. Can't string a sentence together. Thank the alcohol for that. But anyway. Oh, we killed a few bats there. Or one bat. There we go. Red rupee. So we are pretty much... Oh god. Don't you touch me, ghost creature. Zombie, I should say, not ghost. The creepy thing about these guys is that they do not die immediately. You have to sort of wait until they finally explode. Here we go. Yeah. It depends on the person, Paul. For me personally, it's just a matter of, well, I can't even begin to describe it to you, to be honest. Because you have to go on a little bit of a journey in terms of the effects. Because it changes depending on your tolerance for it. But at this point for me, it's just like feeling a bit tired. And it does depend on the actual alcoholic drink in question. So for a really strong beer, like what I was drinking before, it's mostly like being tired because you've had a lot of liquid, but I would rather not get into a long explanation about it anyway, so. But one thing that you can guarantee when it comes to me having ingested alcohol is that I'm pretty much the same person as I was without ingesting any alcohol. So, that's one good thing about it. Now where the hell's Medli? I didn't take her in here with me. I thought I did though. I thought I had her on my head before. This is ridiculous. So I guess she's not here. Let's go grab her. There she is. Just to give you an insight into stereotypes, it astounds me that you being a Russian has never had alcohol. But, you know, once again, stereotypes. The stereotype is that Russians drink vodka like crazy, but it's like, obviously that's not true. So, shit. I mean, I guess vodka's the thing over there, but like, it's not true that everyone has to drink that. Alright. Well, I think that I am different from... If you actually compared me right now to when the stream started, it is different. I'm talking slower. My reaction time is slower, but fundamentally I'm not a different person, so that's what's important here. So, but that has to do with alcohol tolerance. Yeah, the stereotype didn't come from nowhere, but definitely not everyone is drinking, you know, vodka in Russia. Alrighty, so that is the boss door just over there, but first and foremost we have to go to a different location, which I think is further down this way, before we can actually access the boss key. Oh, I think it's... Never mind, I dropped too far. I think it's just over this way. Let me just... Oh, I can't. I can't actually use my sword when in this state. I can now because I just exited out of that state right at the moment when I said that I was in this state and couldn't use my sword, but whatever. We can continue up here and access this room over this way. And, yeah. We can go and get the boss key this way. And I think we need Medli here, so let's go and bring her, shall we? I'm almost 100% sure that we need her, so... Let's check Twitch chat. I can just check on my PC now, because I've decided to be a bit more intelligent about how I handle that. Let's fly up through here. Can I not fly any higher? No, I can fly higher. Just need to try and get there before running out of stamina, which I completely failed doing. God damn it! Where has she been taken? I think it's because I don't have the compass. If I had the compass, it would give me the purple marker for where Medli is. But god damn it, I don't have it with me right now, so... Fuck. Terrible. I really need to waste my time now to go and get her back. This is not what I wanted. Shit. How long have I been recording for? Let's have a look. I've almost been recording for 4 hours, so it'll probably end up being about 4 hours and 30 minutes, which will make it the longest live stream that I have actually done thus far. Shit, get the... I hadn't fully fallen, but Link was like, Wah! Despite that, which is pretty funny. Alrighty, so let's try and find where Medli is. Hopefully we can get her in the next room. I'm hoping. Please be here. If she's not, then we'll just make do with what we've got, but okay, she's not here. She must be in the main room, which sucks, but... We'll do what we have to do. You would laugh very hard, but you're compassionate. Well, thank you for your compassion, Paul. I've gone through the wrong room. I guess it wasn't the actual south room, or the southern room, however you want to refer to that. It's the northern room. It wasn't even south, but whatever. So as you can tell, here is a demonstration of what you have to go through if you have to go and get Medli again. It's really annoying, so... Try not to let her disappear like this. See how she's in prison? Link, I'm over here. I'm in prison. Fuck. I'm guessing I can command Melody out of her. Or command Melody her out of there. It's mainly the scream itself, I think. The scream is kind of creepy. It's really, really loud and spooky sounding, so I think that's how it works. Alright, we've got Medli now. Stereotype of imprisoned girl. Oh dear. Everything's a stereotype around here. No! Shit! I've lost her. Okay, please don't get stolen again, Medli. Just stay there and I'll save you. It's alright. So, alright, what we'll do is we will command Melody her out of here. Yeah, 2003, 2002. It's effectively a 2002 game though. But it is true, we have to look at it in context of the year 2002. So... oh! Stay away from me. It is important to look at it in context. Ghosts and goblins. Yeah, the closest thing to goblins you can get in this game are moblins and bokoblins, so... which are effectively goblins and bokoblins, but you know how I mean. The point is that they're like a name change. It's kind of like how you have bats and geese, and then snakes and ropes. They're pretty much the same thing as the thing that they're based on, but with slight differences, so... yeah. Actually, let's not even do that. Let's frickin' push this thing. Command Melody. We will take Medli just up through here. I mean, once again, we wouldn't have to spend the time doing this had I been more smart with my Medli management. Medli management. I feel like an idle girl manager right now. But anyway. Aside from that, let's take Medli and bring her into this room. Not this room, actually, the one next to her. It's always great to see the bats being killed by the falling coffin lids. Lift. Lift! Shit. Another bat getting killed. Elder Scrolls is very lore rich, so there is lore for everything, whereas in this game it's kind of like, you know, that's just how it is, deal with it. I'm going to kill this frickin' thing. Oh, I can't kill it because I am under the effect of this. Okay, here we go. Alright, so Medli is currently at risk, but as long as we kill these things here, we will be alright. Alrighty. I don't know how I'm getting bombs from these things, but I am, so... I would love to stream Morrowind, seriously. If I could stream Morrowind, I would be a happy person, but I'm having some problems with Morrowind at the moment, so I can't really do that. But one day for sure, I will be streaming Morrowind. It might be next year, it might be the year after, it might be 5 years from now, but I will be streaming Morrowind. And it will be a good day when I can finally do that, effectively. So... where is the damn... okay, over here. Here we go. Have you played Morrowind before? I love that game. Yeah, so the reason why I can't stream Morrowind right now is because through installing various mods, as well as Tamriel Rebuild, I really messed up my game. To the point where, you know, it'll tell me that I'm in a location in the Vardenfell location, but it'll think that I'm somewhere in Tamriel Rebuilt. Like, the map is completely ruined. It does not tell me where I really am, and it's all wrong. So I need to find a way to fix that, and I think the only way that I can fix that is by uninstalling everything, and then reinstalling the game, then reinstalling the mods that I have, and hoping that they don't ruin anything again. So it's kind of annoying, but yeah. It really bothers me actually, and I don't like to talk about it, but the thing is with Morrowind is that it's probably the best of the Elder Scrolls games. I would say that it is the best. It's so incredible. It is an amazing game. I really want to play it. I'm with you, Paul, seriously. I really want to play that game to a insane level, to the point where I've done absolutely everything. But there are certain things that are standing in my way when it comes to doing that, so. Skyrim was also my first Elder Scrolls game. I knew about Elder Scrolls since around the time Morrowind released, but because I didn't really play on those game systems, I didn't actually play Morrowind. So, sorry, Oblivion. I've been saying around the time Morrowind came out. I meant Oblivion, not Morrowind. So, around the time Oblivion came out, I was aware of the Elder Scrolls series, but I didn't actually play an Elder Scrolls game until Skyrim came out, because I had a PS3 for other reasons at that time. So because I finally had a PS3, I could go and play Skyrim, and I went and played that, and it was really good. I enjoyed it a lot. And so later on, I went and tried Oblivion and Morrowind, and I had a lot of fun, especially in Morrowind, so yeah. Oblivion's really good, but in different ways to that of Morrowind. Each Elder Scrolls game is good in a different way, so yeah. They all have their own thing which is special. The mods that I use for Morrowind, I think I have a mod which allows you to move faster in Morrowind, which is really good. I also have this mod which not everyone would like it, but what it does is it makes it so that you always hit the enemy when you attack them. So normally in Morrowind, what it does is that it rolls a dice in-game to decide whether or not you hit the enemy. But this mod changes it so that that dice roll is instead for the amount of damage that you deal to the enemy, but you will instead always hit the enemy. The reason why I'm okay with this mod is because the one downfall for Morrowind is that they failed when it comes to innovating on the graphics level, because they failed to actually innovate the game in the sense that they kept it in the Daggerfall / arena style, where it was like a dice roll for whether or not you can hit the enemy, which was kind of acceptable for 2D graphics. But once you get to Morrowind's level of graphics, you really want to be able to hit the enemy every single time you strike at them, because you can clearly see your sword passing through them. So if you don't actually hit them at that point, it's really silly. So if you can get a mod where you can actually see them getting hit every time you swing your sword, it's alright. So at that point you can accept the dice roll in terms of damage dealt. But yeah, you don't have to worry about swinging your sword and not actually hitting the enemy anymore with that particular mod. So I like that mod a lot. The thing is with that dice roll is that it works for certain types of games, but it was more a technological sort of thing. So by the time Morrowind came out with those graphics, and you have to understand that for 2002 those graphics were amazing. The dice roll mechanic for RPGs, traditional RPGs, just did not work anymore. Bethesda failed to innovate the gameplay to match the graphical style. So, yeah, in my opinion, that particular mod had the innovation that Morrowind needed. So, I don't even know where the hell I'm supposed to go here. I need Medli. That's what I need. Now I know what I need to do. I was a little bit confused, and then I remembered that I did have Medli here, so I can make use of her. Let's go and grab her. She will take the light from this location. And she can go and fire the light over to here. We'll return. And now we have her light so that we can go and reflect that onto here. That's absolutely true. So, the progression of Bethesda when it comes to Elder Scrolls has to do with them moving away from RPG and then turning Elder Scrolls into an action game. So, starting with Morrowind, Morrowind was the first game that was in the RPG format that stayed RPG but had the graphical evolution from traditional RPG. But then with Morrowind, because it was more graphically involved compared to original RPGs, they decided that it was time to move on from the original RPG format, and they instead started to make it more action game related. Or at the very least, they changed the genre to action game. And then Skyrim became even more action game-like. So every single Elder Scrolls game, starting with Oblivion, was a process where Bethesda took the original RPG inspired Elder Scrolls and turned it into an action game sort of series. And it was the same with Fallout. So there we go. So now we've done the first side when it comes to these mirrors, and you'll see why we're doing all of this crap with the mirrors in a moment, but for now we're just going to go through the motions of moving these mirrors. And then once we've done that, we'll be done with this live stream, because seriously, I've been streaming for a long frickin' time, so that's true, Paul, but they do take away certain RPG aspects in Skyrim compared to Oblivion and compared to Morrowind to make it more based on action rather than the original RPG aspects. But to be honest, I'm not an authority on that subject because I'm not a huge traditional RPG player, so I couldn't really say what is RPG and what isn't, so that's the point where I stop having this discussion, because I'm just not a huge traditional RPG player, so I can't really okay. Hold on, that's what I need to do. Now I've worked out what I need to do. I think having Medli there is good, but I just need to. But yeah, Paul, the big factor is the fact that they just took less and less RPG aspects for Elder Scrolls with every single iteration in the series. Morrowind was the last true RPG Elder Scrolls game. What happens when I do this? Now I know what to do. Is that even right? Where is that mirror going? Okay, I think I've got this. No! Shit! We need to do this again. Zelda puzzles. Alright, so I think we need to point the shield. Can we even... Damn it! We can't point the shield over there if we don't have the light coming through. So let me see if we can... Shit. So what I was going to do is have it so that the light is pointing this way, and then use that light to reflect it onto this wall. But we need to have the light touching us to be able to pull up our harp and reflect it. How have I done it in the past? Let's return. Daggerfall's pretty fun. I like Daggerfall. But I need to play it more. I haven't played it in a very long time. I need to play it some more. Shit. Come on. Damn it. Oh, what's this here? What is this? Maybe this will help me. Maybe this will help me, I don't know. But we'll see. Because I'm having some problems here. Oh. Let's move this, and then I guess we'll shine the light on the coffins. I will admit that this particular line of puzzles is more difficult than pretty much anything else in this game. This right here is like the most difficult puzzle in the game. I usually don't have problems with this, but I think I'm being stupid, so I'm having problems with it. Normally it's not that difficult, but yeah. Hit the skull, hit the skull. Come on, hit the skull. There we go. Fortunately, he couldn't reform in that time. If you don't hit the skull fast enough, he will reform, and then you have to sort of hit him again. That's annoying. Yep. Oh, there we go. So what have we done? We have received something. So, Dagster, some guy started talking on Twitch chat and I missed him, so... Sorry, Dagster. Seriously. Even with Twitch chat, right on the screen, I can't catch people before they talk, not get responded to, then leave. So, what can I do? If you're still here, Dagster, I've seen what you've said. Hello, welcome to the live stream. Seriously. Treasure chart. It probably is. So let's go and get this treasure chest at the very least. Normally, I don't have so many problems with this particular puzzle, but I'm having some problems this time. Joy pendant. Rightio. Come on. I don't need to read the full description every time. Now I know what to do. I know what to do now. I actually know what to do. I blame the alcohol. I do genuinely blame the alcohol for the difficulty here. But I know what to do now. I can't truly blame the alcohol because it was my choice to drink alcohol, but anyway, doesn't matter. Yeah, I had a good experience playing this game as a kid, but for sure you don't have to be a kid to enjoy it. So, yeah. We want to point the light there so that we can do this. Now, hold on. This should do it. We need to hit all 4 of the squares. It's just how it is. If I choose to have alcohol, I have to understand that if I'm under the effects of it, then it does make it harder to do anything, really. So, anyway. Now I should have... There we go. So here we have officially finished the puzzle. It's over now. We've done everything we needed to do. It wasn't very difficult. It's not even today's rules, you know, you just have to look at it realistically. I mean, it's harder for me to do this stuff when I've been drinking, so... yeah. There we go. Hold on. Okay, so... this is really hard. Trying to move this analog stick is really hard. There we go. now we can access the boss key. And then once we've accessed that boss key, we can pretty much just finish this dungeon. And then we're done. Let's kill this guy. Come on, mate. I've fought plenty of you in the Aryll Castle location. I'm not afraid of you. Oh, I can't use my sword now because this guy's hit me with his effect. Yeah. It's a lot of puzzles to complete before you can get access to this dungeon key. Here we go. Nice kill. That was good. So what I'm going to do is equip the Deku Leaf here. I'm going to hit you. Like that. Very nice. Alright, now we should have access to the boss key right here. And you can see that the chest is a little bit different here. It's a bit more of a regal design to that of the normal chest that you would open in this game. That allows you to access the big key. Well, I'm glad that you like how this game operates. This game is really, really easy, but once you get to this level, it's a little bit hard. They actually try to challenge you a little bit, as opposed to not at all, so... But most people would find this to be really easy, so... Yeah. I think the command melody will reach Medli from here. Let's see. Because I think I need her still. It definitely reached her. Let's take her over. Where are we? Oh, she's just over here. As it turned out, we did not need to use the command melody because she was automatically placed before this door. So, yeah, waste of our time. That's alright. Oh, the animation's great. It is really good. This is one of the better GameCube games out there. So, I definitely think this game looks really cool. I actually have to get Mario Kart Double Dash for GameCube because I have never played that version of Mario Kart and I have to play it. I have to see what it was like. I absolutely have to. Because it is that's pretty much the Mario Kart game that most people started with as far as I'm concerned, so. You like how he climbs. Everything is shaking. So, I don't think we need to take Medli with us, but let's just, in case, take her with us now. Excuse me. So the boss that we are going to take on here is Yalhalla, and he is fairly easy to fight. As long as you have a bow with a decent number of arrows, you should be alright. Shit, here we go. Alright, so we need to grab Medli and take her over here. Then we should be alright. Oh, fuck. Ah, shit. As long as you jump at the right angle, you'll be alright. But I did not jump at the right angle at all, so let's try that again. God damn it. Let go. No. And go up here. No. I keep going to play the Ballad of Gales. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm insane. Alright. No, no.
No, 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 no.
Just for a little bit of a Star Wars reference there. Can we make it? Oof, I think we can make it. Yes.
No, 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 no.
Alright. Now we can go over here. I remember back when the Star Wars, whether or not they were actually that bad, we had to really think about whether or not they were actually that terrible. Was it okay to say, hey, this movie is actually really fucking bad? We had to actually really give it some thought. At least that's how I felt at the time. You're not into Star Wars? I'm not into it either, don't worry. I've watched a little bit of Star Wars, but really, it's not my thing either. That's alright. I think it's mainly an American thing, to be honest with you. Americans are really into Star Wars, but outside of that, not really. If it's between 1977 and 1985, yeah. But if it's outside of that, no one's into Star Wars except for Americans, really, so... yeah. What can I say? Alright, so here we go. Final attempt, guys. This is seriously the final attempt.
It's the final countdown.
I'm not going to do the full thing, because that's a bad song by Europe. I mean, Europe hasn't come out with that many good songs, but that's also not a good song by Europe, so fun fact. Alright, so I don't think we actually take Medli into this boss room with us, but yeah. Yeah, Star Wars is definitely the nerd topic. So all of these ghosts combine to create one big ghost, and he is very fat. So what we do here is use light to affect him like this. And what we need to do is throw him into these spiked pillars. I'm picking up the wrong thing. We need to throw him into this spiked pillar, and then we will use the bow to attack the small individual ghosts. Ooh, the fire arrow is actually really good for this. So the fire arrow actually kills more than one at one time. I've never actually used that before. Let's throw him into the spike over here. Come on, I'm still using the fire arrow. I don't want to use the fire arrow. Russian culture. I know nothing about Russian culture. I can tell you that much. But it's good to have some insight into that. Because for a Westerner like me, the likes of Russian culture, you could never know what that is unless you actually talk to a person from Russia, so that's really cool. Oh, crap. There we go. So one more round of that, we've only got 2 more ghosts left, then they'll all be dead. There we go. There we go. Okay, that's good to know. So some people have a certain idea of what the Russian culture is, and then other people might have a different idea. Good to know. It might depend on the region as well, because I'm sure not all places in Russia are the same. Different cities might have certain ideas on what the Russian culture is. Different villages might have a different idea, which I think is great. It's good to have a big variance in a country's culture, because then it's unique to each city. Alright. Car container. Oh god. And so we have been live streaming for 4 hours and 36 minutes. That is a long time for me to be live streaming. I think usually all will say the same thing. It was just usual that not all people will have the same impression. Right. Okay. Ah, I see. I get you. Now Link conducts the magical song which allows the... I don't even know the name of the song, but basically that particular song will awaken the Master Sword so that it actually has access to its second level of effectiveness. And you'll be able to see what that does to the Master Sword in a moment. The Master Sword has 3 levels. What we're seeing here is the second level to the Master Sword. The prayers of the Earth Sage have restored the Master Sword's former energy, which is not true. There is but one last step before it becomes the true Master Sword once again. So basically they said that it restored the Master Sword to its former energy, but then they said there's one more step before it becomes the true Master Sword, so they're actually bullshitting you from the start. So we have to kill one more boss before we can actually get the Master Sword properly powerful. But I will mention that this next level of Master Sword deals more damage to enemies than it did before. So, yeah. There is more to do. So Medli is going to stick around in this place for God knows how long. And then, yeah. About Prince Komali, please watch over him for me, because I have to stay in here and be lonely and then starve to death. Thanks, Medli. You're doing a good thing for the goddesses, don't worry. The goddesses will sustain you somehow, but only after you're dead. So, yeah. Anyway, excuse me. I'm going to save the game because that is it for this live stream. I have done a lot. Normally, I would not want to live stream much more than 4 hours, but I have definitely reached the point where I have live streamed more than enough. So I would like to thank you, Paul, for watching. I'd like to thank anyone who has watched for a brief moment in time on Twitch. This has been a relatively long live stream, and it has been the longest live stream that I have done thus far. I will probably go ahead and live stream Wind Waker in another 7 days. I like to do it on Mondays in my time zone, which will be sort of Sunday evening for people in the Northern Hemisphere for the most part. So anyone who wants to join me for the Wind Waker live stream, who is in the Northern Hemisphere, go and wait for the live stream to appear on Sunday evenings and then Monday mornings / afternoons if you are in the Southern Hemisphere. Regardless, I thank you all for watching. That is it for the live stream. Thank you, Paul, for watching. Bless you as well. And I will see you when I'm next recording. Catch you later.